Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Tashkent for day 2 of the Tashkent Grand-Prix, and it's a very good morning to Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And yeah, day 2 is going to be a very exciting day, we hope, anyway. Right.
I might ask you quickly about yesterday, the high points for yesterday.
Well, the high points were for Kosovo. The team were outstanding, weren't they? And we were looking at a result like that. Only the Japanese team could have given that type of results of having what we were hoping 3 in a row. But we obviously had Jakova that fell at the last hurdle, wasn't she, in the final, and took the silver medal. Although in Abu Dhabi she was the only one that got the gold, so it was a reverse situation from there. But nevertheless, some really great performances throughout the day from that team.
Right, well, we're going to see how we get on today. We've got 4 weight categories to bring you, 2 for men, 2 for women, the under 63 and the under 70 for women, and the under 73 and the under 81 kilo category for men. We're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds, and then Loretta is going to jump in with one of her picks, either from that group or maybe from someone from outside. So let's start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 category. The number 1 seed is Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. The number 2 seed is Katarina Hecker of Australia. The number 3 seed is Magdalena Kasakova of Austria, and her teammate Katrin Unterwertsacher is the number 4 seed. Who should we be looking at?
I think the best chance is Leszki, is obviously the number 1 seed. She's a strong athlete that has been very consistent throughout the year, really. But there's a couple of athletes, or 3 in fact, that I've looked at, and 2 from Israel, and 2 strong, very strong athletes that are coming through, have had some great performances, and that's Shera and also Shemesh. Both of these athletes, young, coming through, very strong, very determined, gutsy performance, very powerful technicians. They've got an opportunity to get in there, but also we've got an experienced athlete, Dobra from Romania. For me, someone to keep an eye on, because she has got a lot of experience under her belt. She has been on that podium quite a few times over the years, and someone that you cannot write off.
Okay, so look out for the 2 Israelis and the Romanian in that weight category. Let's take a look at the under 70 kilo category, and the number 1 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. The number 2 seed is Michaela Polaris of Austria. The number 3 seed is Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela, and the number 4 seed is Gershak Sabina of Hungary. Where are we going with this one?
Scocimaro, for me, from Germany. And it always sounds like an Italian name, doesn't it? You always want to say Italy, but no, from Germany. Junior European, junior world champion, someone on the outside, really. She is in one of the seeds. I think she's around about the 7th position, but definitely has had some great performances throughout the year, and someone who's young, vibrant, has it all to do, nothing to lose, and could really upset one or 2 of the athletes along the way.
Okay, it's Giovanni Scocimaro, yeah?
Yes, that's correct, Giovanni.
Right, okay, let's take a look at the under 81 kilo category for men. We're going to do it that way round because we're going to start with the under 73. So let's take a look at the under 81 kilo category. The number 1 seed there is Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. The number 2 seed is Henri Egertidze of Portugal. The number 3 seed is Nyamsuren Dagvasuren of Mongolia. And the number 4 seed is Didar Hamza of Kazakhstan.
Well, one of the experienced ones that you haven't mentioned, then, Tila Ongavari. He's a strong athlete. He's a little bit off form this year. He's had a great year last year. He had picked up some good results in Budapest, which you would obviously understand. But for me, he's someone you cannot write. He's always there around the medals, but just a little bit off form. So you have to wait and see. But also, there's a young lad that's, again, I've gone for Germany. They seem to be bringing in some really strong athletes in the German side, and that's Tim Gramgov. And for me, he's been outstanding. He got a bronze medal in Cancun, and that was a good performance from him. And I was really impressed in the way his maturity within that. But he's someone who's got a world bronze medalist in the junior, and also junior European champion. So someone who's got some real pedigree and has got some nice judo. So with that sort of skill, it's open there for him.
Yeah, talking about pedigree in that weight category, it's the under 81 kilo category for Germany. I mean, they've got a history of, top top fighters there, haven't they? Because they had last year's world champion, this year bronze medalist, and prior to that, Ole Bischoff.
Yes, definitely. Well, they can pick and choose, haven't they? And what's quite exciting about the German team, and I've already mentioned some of the hot picks for myself, that they've got some youngsters coming through, some real vibrant athletes, technically very sound, and their transition work in Niwas are very good as well. So it'd be interesting to see how they develop over the next few years. They might not all make it through towards that Olympic qualification, but what they will be in really good positions for Paris for the next Games. And I think this is what they're really building on, is this long process of building up their athletes for Paris. And for me, but along the way, they'll pick up one or two results. They'll upset a few out there, but definitely you can't write them off at the moment.
So Tim Gramkov in the under 81 kilo category.
Keep an eye on him.
Okay, that is Loretta's pick there. Let's take a look then at the last of the weight categories. That's the under 73 kilo weight category. And the number 1 seed there is Tommy Macias of Sweden. The number 2 seed is Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan. The number 3 seed is Tohar Butbul of Israel. And the number 4 seed is Gyozjon Baboyev of Uzbekistan.
Well, Anthony Singh, again, another German. I keep going, it seems like I'm favouring him, but...
It's only because our chief's German.
But they've got great performances. They've had really good... And Anthony Singh got a bronze medal in Hoi Hot. He's picked up... He's always been around the medals. He's definitely a contender here today. And also, which we'll most probably be looking in the first round, is Martin Horvat of Slovenia, a young athlete. He's had medals at the Junior Europeans and Junior Worlds. He's got nice judo, good performance, and he's progressing steadily through the senior ranks.
I wonder how much of Adrian Gombotz's win yesterday, because they're only a 1 weight difference, so they're probably warming up together this morning. I wonder how much that's going to help.
I definitely feel that that's going to infuse some excitement within the team itself. The Slovenian teams are very strong, both men and women. They're consistent athletes that produce some fine judo and some really good results. So for me, there's an opportunity for this young man to come through. And yes, he'll be riding the sort of the success that Gombot had yesterday. So we've really got to look forward to seeing how he'll perform today. Hopefully the pressure not too much for him, but I think he's been a good performer, and he should perform here today.
I think you're right about having that group of people around in the team who are experiencing success. Tina Tursteniak, Andrea Leszki is the number 1 seed here, so yeah.
Leszki's obviously she's the number 1 seed, as you said, and she's got an obvious good chance of being on the top spot of the podium. So the Slovenian team have actually got 2 strong opportunities here for a medal, and to put them right up at the ranking of the ranking list here.
Okay, we're going to start by taking a look at the opening contest in round 1 on mat 1 in the under 73 kilo category. It's Martin Hojak of Slovenia. He's up against Vadzim Shoka of Belarus. That's on mat number 1. You can choose whichever mat you like, but it's mat number 1 that we're going to go to. Freddie, over to you, pal.
First round, under 81 kilogram in white judogi from Turkmenistan. Farahat Bashimov in blue judogi from France. Arman Kalatian. Please welcome the referees.
Well, here we have Martin Horvat of Slovenia in the white and Shoka of Belarus in the blue. This is the first round of the under 73 kilos, and as we were saying, Horvat, one of the sort of top favourites for me to show a great performance here today. After the success of Gombat yesterday, he'll be really riding on a positive note coming into this competition.
And just to remind those of you at home who may want to watch one of the other mats, you can just click on mat 2 and you'll get mat 2, or click on mat 3 and you'll get 3. If you happen to have clicked on that little icon that looks like a microphone, then you'll get us. But then wherever we go, you'll follow us. So the choice is yours at home. When we arrived this morning, Loretta and I, the heating was not as warm as it was yesterday. And I said, could you put the heating on? They really have. It's like a sauna in
It's
here.
like, I know, you're used to it.
I love it. It's possible that we will get to speak with Malinda Kelmendi a little bit later, and I'll wander along and I'll see if I can find her, and then we'll bring Malinda up to chat with Loretta Kusat-Dol. Given that I had the pleasure of chatting with Gibran Khan yesterday, I'll give Malinda Kelmendi over to Loretta. How's that?
That sounds very interesting.
I'm not taking anything away from Gibran, but I think it'll be a slightly different conversation. So I'll let you have the pleasure of Malinda Kelmendi's company when we can dig her out. There's a 10-second delay on the broadcast, and I'm looking at Gibran Khan, who's sitting way across the other side of the venue, and he's always got his headphones on listening to the broadcast. So sooner or later, his head is going to fly back.
Definitely. His little head's going to pop up there looking at you.
As the message reaches him, it has. Look, he's even giving a wave. That is so funny. He deals with all of our television rights, but he's become a real aficionado on judo, so it was handy having him up here yesterday. Anyway, we continue. Half the contest gone. There's no score between Hojak in the white judogi, Shoka in blue. Single Shido picked up by the Slovenian.
Well, Hojak there, as you can see, trying to sort of settle in with the grip. He's trying to come over the top, as you can see, but really not having a firm control on that. Obviously feels a little bit unsettled with Shoka with the right arm around the back, under the arm, which gives him a little bit more leverage into trying to engage a little bit deeper on those hips. Hojak's picking up the second Shido now. This is not looking very good for him. The pressure is on. Hojak now 2 hands on the lapel, goes for the Kosota, leaving that a little bit loose and didn't manage to get the Kizushi. Koichigari from Shoka. Sutemi Waza following it through towards the Niwaza, but obviously ran out of competition space. Hojak really now has to step it up. And I don't know if he's got any more time on this one, but it's looking unlikely. You always get that sort of nervous feeling that as the referee asks both athletes to tidy up, and a penalty would be awarded, but possibly because the jacket was too loose. But no, sadly for Martin Hojak, it isn't to be for today. He goes out in the first round as one of our top favorites, and sadly didn't ride off the success of Gombak yesterday, who took the gold medal. Ayush of Yemen here in the white, and he's up against Chiang of Chinese Taipei in blue. We're still staying with the under 73s first round. Nice Sutemi was up. Nicely controlled with Jiang. Scoring a Wazari and giving him a very comfortable lead in the first 30 seconds of the contest. Now Chiang there getting a little bit of a knock. Trying to settle himself down as he continues in the contest, and we're still only in the first minute and already the first Shido been awarded. Ahmed Ayash really hasn't been able to settle into this contest. Jiang using feet quite nicely on the edge of the contest area. The Koichigari, a little bit of a tap there as the opponent steps out. Well, it just seems like this match has gone on forever. It's a long, drawn-out process, and already a Wazari that was picked up in the first 20 seconds of this contest. Still the same score. One Shido on the board. Ayash really struggling against the stronger opponents here in this first round. Hasn't managed to make any impact at all in this contest, and we're just coming up to the halfway mark. There's been a lot of mate situations throughout this contest. Second Shido now been awarded. Ayash really struggling here. He has the good, there's a nice Sasai attempt. Was a little bit unsettled on his feet there as he attempted the Sasai on the edge of the contest area. You felt there was possibly a little bit of pressure being backed onto the edge of the contest area. And but nevertheless puts a strong attack there, but just lost his balance. Well, that was the first opportunity this young man from Yemen had. He now works in the Niwaza. Well, straight away. Chiang working. Now they're on the edge of the contest area, not really doing too much, a little bit, both being very negative, but I think we're looking now at the third and final Shido being awarded to Yemen, as both athletes are asked to tidy up. And there you have it. Chuang takes the win and goes through to the second round. Sumigeshi attempt there, nicely executed just on the edge of the contest area. following it through, almost had the osakomi. Good reaction, but and then a good win. Now we have, representing Portugal in the white, Fernandez. Serik representing Kazakhstan in the blue. Well, always hard right in the opening. I'm not sure what's happening here, but what's so difficult is for Serik to be out there. Trying to compose himself and stay very focused. And the contest hasn't even started yet. 39 athletes, one of the largest weight categories here today. In the under 81s, 36. And for the women under 63, 26 judokas and 21 in the under 70 kilos. Some large weight categories here, some very exciting judo to be had, I'm quite sure. Once more, a very good turnout for spectators. Very knowledgeable crowd here from Tashkent. Has a real nice competition feel here. And here we have is back in action. Fernandez back in. Well, Fernandez there, as you can see, with the left hand on the lapel as he comes through with the Seoinage. Nice controlling grip. Uses his feet to break up his opponent. Circling motion, both opting to not take the direct approach, engaging into their opponents, rather than a circling motion round, taking on that lapel. Tomoe attempt, nice move. Serik controlling down in the Niwaza, now looking to get the turnover, but swiftly stopped there. There's a block with the leg to avoid the turnover. But this isn't stopping the Kazakhstan as he rotates him over, just catching him out of the contest area. So just run out a bit of space and possibly a little bit of time in the reaction. Very steady progress in this contest. Neither one of them wanting to rush things too quickly. As we know, first rounds is a crucial match. And being a straight knockout, neither one of them want to make the ultimate mistake in the first exchange. Ooh, that was a very wild and aggressive approach. Little bit of out of control with the Ashiwaza from Serik. Oh, beautifully done. Nice, nice score. Tomoe also as an exchange. But Fernandez takes the lead. with the Wazari and really have to look at the counter action from the Kazakhstan, because that Tomanagi was very sharp as well, and it was a continuation of movements directly after the Tomanagi the Osotogari that we'd seen from Fernandez. But a mate situation, no score for the Kazakhstan, but the Portuguese now leading with 1 Wazari. Serek with the high collar grip, trying to draw his opponent down. Fernandez draws into the Niwaza. A little bit of a lifting motion there from the Kazakhstan. Quite an aggressive approach to this contest. Backs him onto the edge of the contest area with 1.5 minutes remaining in this contest. It's very, very tight indeed, and some well, the Kazakhstan really needing to step it up a little bit. Sutemi was her attempt, drawing his opponent down to the ground, trying to lure his opponent into the Niwaza. Fernandez having none of it at this particular moment as he's leading up into the last minute. Still plenty of time there. Sodi attempt, it was in very deep, and there it is. That's gotta be, that looks so close to being an ippon.
I think the only reason they're not going to give that
it was a soft roll.
Plus the degree of control.
Yes.
He got kind of lucky there, you know, he sort of fell into it.
Well, that evens it all up and keeps this contest alive. 2 shidos to Fernandez, though, which he picked up trying to defend that 1 Wazari that was on the board for about 1 minute. And Ochigari Koichi, good combination, driving back. Again, looking over his shoulder for a score. Osotogari. Well, that looked a little bit dangerous there for Fernandez. He paused, but there was still a lot of action going on, and very dangerous to do that. Well, the Kazakhstan driving on. Oh, and a big Uranagi.
Yes,
and
that's done.
Continuous movement, scoring a Wazari Aseti upon.
Looked as though he ran out of steam and he just couldn't hold on to the score and then couldn't stop the attack.
Yes.
That was the score.
That was the first attack, the first score on the board. But it was that Tomanagi that was very close as well. That
this is what tied it up.
Just a little bit untidy and lost balance as he entered on this.
This was the winner. Okay, we move on. Right. Right, still the under 73 kilo category. We lost Nick Del Popolo this morning. He withdrew from the competition, so that was one out. Martin Hojak went down to Vadzim Shoka. You saw that one earlier on. And now we've got, it's Jacko on the mat, Jahongir. Alimardanov of Uzbekistan to face Alexandru Raicu of Romania. Alimardanov in the white judogi, Raicu in blue. There you go.
Well, Alimardanov there, as you can see, wraps up that arm, controls it quite nicely against Raicu. Still needs to settle in this contest. Looking slightly apprehensive as he engaged there into the Niwaza. Firstly, trying to tidy up and control the head. That's the essential part of trying to get this leg out first. Control the head, the upper part of the body, then start working on the leg. And as you can see, it's just got to the ankle point, but has he secured the upper body? Well, sadly not. The referee calling a halt to that. Raicu reaching forward on that lapel, swiftly taken off by the Uzbek. Those sleeves comes underneath his opponent. Second attempt was a little bit poor, and although there was a Shido, but he's got to be careful. Alimardanov really has to be careful of the drops. The second one looking slightly poorer, but once more finds himself in the Niwaza exchange. Raicu this time has secured the head very nicely, and the Osakomi is called, and it just looks to be just a matter of time.
You could hear in the background some encouragement coming from one of the coaches. It was actually coming from mat 2. That's where we've got the microphone. So you hear more of the coaches from mat 2 than you do from the ones that we're actually showing. And the voice that you could hear in the background was Lyubov Bruletova of Russia, the tiny little Russian coach who'd competed at 48, under 48 kilos. Olympic silver medalist. In Sydney, she lost out to Tani in that final. Competed against Joyce Heron.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, from time to time.
Little wee Joyce.
Right, if we got coming up next, then I have to look at another sheet to see. This is still in the under 73 kilo category, round 1. We just saw, was that in Pool C?
We've got the...
This is now Pool, still C, still
yes.
Pool C. Okay, let's do this properly. Sonam Dagva Chinzarog of Mongolia faces Nahim Mat of Switzerland. Sonam Dagva in the white judogi, Matt in blue. I haven't seen him before, but he looks a little bit undersized for 73 kilos, don't you think?
Quite a solid structure of a man, there's no doubt about it. But yes, the first time I recall seeing him.
Sonodagva there, slightly smaller. Oh, but gets caught there by Matt. Beautiful technique. The Kosota totally controlled the upper part of the body. And I think the care system will have another look at the actual landing of that. It looked a big throw, but did he land in a position for a Wazari? And yes, he did. So Matt, Switzerland takes the lead with a Wazari, and with 2 minutes and 40, another Sianagi, which has got to be a Wazari. So a Wazari Aseti upon straight away. Now Matt goes through to the second round for Switzerland. Well, Abdullayev there representing Uzbekistan in the white. And he's up against the Russian Babgoyev in blue. This is now going into Pool D. The winner of this will be up against Butbol of Israel in that second round. Well, both take a Shido apiece. A little bit of a settling process going on here, and both trying desperately to have the controlling upper hand in this contest. Abdullayev there with the sleeve grip as he gets drawn into the Newaza by the Russian. Well, 2.5 minutes remaining. Sianagi attempt, followed through into the Newaza. Got the entry, didn't really get the Kazushi on that Sianagi, but he's got the arm and the pressure is on it, but Babgoyev did extremely well on that transition, but sadly couldn't capitalize on all that effort. Oh, Chigari nicely executed, scoring a Wazari as he continues to follow through in the Newaza. But very low Uchigari. Pulls on that lapel, again trying to open up. He drops underneath his opponent. Well, the Uzbek really now trying to pile a bit more pressure on. He's got a minute and a half to come back into this contest. So he steps it up a pace or two now to try and pile the pressure on the Russian. The Ouchigari once more. Yoko Sutemiwaza followed up in a nice combination of techniques flowing from the Russian here, looking more and more confident as he goes into the last minute of this contest. Takes the sleeves grip, works from there, controlling nicely as he works with the feet, opening his opponent up, creating a little bit more frustration there for the Uzbek as he attempts the sasai. Follow through into the Niwaza transition, flips him over there, now looking for that Jujikatami. He attempted it a little bit earlier on, but the legs a little bit, the knees should be slightly closer. Piling the pressure on, a little bit too open there for the execution of that arm lock. Making it far too loose. But I think for the Russian, it's just a matter of time wasting going on. As you can see, quite a few times he's looking over at that scoreboard as the clock ticks away in his favor. Russian once more takes the first grip off that lapel. Well, wasn't so much a Sutemiwaza, it was a drag down to Niwaza. Whether he'll pick up a Shido for that, surely he should, but they're allowing that to ride a bit. And that's a great win for Russia that goes through, where he'll compete against the Israeli in that second round. So Babgoyev takes the win. And it's a good start for the Russian. Well, representing Moldova, Petikovsky in the white, Otman of France in the blue. Well, nice turnover there from the Moldovan, using hand just above in the high collar. Gets a little bit of a twist on that, looking very competent down there in the ground. In fact, I would say quite dangerous, in fact. Otman really hasn't settled in as yet into the gripping styles of the Moldovan. It comes in with the Ouchigari. This time doesn't want to follow through. Well, Otman taking first Shido, 2.5 minutes remaining. Still a long way to go in this contest. As he drives forward, right hand coming to control the left side as he drops underneath his opponent. Now, an opportunity in the Niwaza, fails to react into the ground. Obviously doesn't look like he's very confident in the Newaza against the Moldovan. Well, as it works there, Petrukovci working in the Newaza, looking quite strong there. A little bit slow in reacting into the ground. Should need to be sharpened up slightly, but he's got that comfortable lead of a Wazari and a minute and a half. But Ottman now trying to pile on the pressure, but Sutemi was her attempt, put him in a lot of trouble there and could have actually got himself held down. Ottman trying to control desperately that sleeve. Not doing a very good job at it at the moment. Still giving the Moldovan a free hand as he twists underneath his opponent. Again, another nice transition into the Newaza, but failed to get a result down there. Yoso Tagari attempt. Working off that lapel very low to the skirt of the gi. Looking more of a defensive ploy. But Ottman takes the second Shido for a gripping infringement. Oh, Chigari, nicely done. Just failed to drive off deep enough to get the Wazari. Well, they've given it to him. But nice tie up on the legs for the Sangaku. Pressure on there. If he can get the twist on it. Oh, 18 seconds. Ottman does so well to come back here now into this contest, but what is lingering there is the two Shidos. Cannot afford to make any mistakes. Uchigari, oh, drives off, gets the lift though, and over the top, a lovely counter there. A Wazari Aseti upon, and right on the bell. The last seconds of that contest, Ottman takes the win and looked to be on the receiving end throughout this whole contest. Comes back in style. And here's some highlights of that contest. That was some really interesting judo.
We've got the #1 seed in the under 73 kilo category coming up next. Tommy Macias of Sweden faces Lasha Lomidze of Russia. Macias in the white judogi, Lomidze in blue. First look at Lomidze as well for me. I can't remember having seen him.
No, it's a name that really hasn't come to light for me. But Tommy Macias has.
Yep.
And what a consistent athlete he is. Took a gold medal in Cancun, and to his delight, but then repeating a good performance in Abu Dhabi where he picked up the bronze medal. Some good, strong results under his belt already, bringing him here as the #1 seed coming into this.
He won in Cancun, didn't he?
Yes, he won Cancun and got a bronze medal in Abu Dhabi.
I remember having to
you had to
interview him. Yeah,
yes,
and he's sharp, Tommy. You can't.
He was entertaining.
There's no flies on him.
Yeah.
If you
And he likes Asian food, doesn't he?
Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah.
Very witty.
Yeah.
A very witty young lad. And excellent English. And I believe it, when you asked him the question and what was his program for the rest of the year, he said everything. He's doing everything.
He's going to do the lot.
I'm going to do everything, yeah. Well, both opting for similar gripping styles there. Lomidze cross-gripping, drawing his opponent across his chest there. Looked a little bit unbalanced there as he skipped along the edge of the contest area. Macias controlling quite nicely the situation here. Attempt of a Yoko Sutemiwaza there from Lomidze. Another line of Russians that are coming through quite nicely with real potential. Well, you would say Lasher at this moment has that arm wrapped up quite nicely as he steps across right on the edge of the contest area. Was locking the elbow slightly, and as you could see, Tommy Macias just shaking that arm a little bit, felt that the lock was on, and it was a little bit of an uncomfortable situation for him. Well, we're coming up to a minute and a half remaining in this contest. 2 Shidos there for Lasha Lomidze. But he's been piling a lot of pressure on the #1 seed. It's not made it an easy job for him, as neither one of them have been any closer of getting a score. But there you have a bit of a stumble there at the edge of the contest area as the Kosota coming from Macias. Nicely controlled. And the Wazari has got to be there for Tommy Macias as he secures or tries to secure the Osakumi. I'm not sure if he's actually, yes, he's got it there with the Tati Shiogatami, but losing a little bit of control of it, now working towards the Jujigatami, but as you can see, the legs just too wide apart to execute that arm lock. Well, now we're coming into the last half a minute of the contest. A good positioning now for Macias of Sweden as he leads with that one Wazari. Lomidze with 2 Shidos on the board. But as you can see, that elbow being locked once more has caused Macias a few problems. He looks very uncomfortable there. And it's that cross grip that he's working from. The arm round the back, and Lomidze draws the arm across his chest as he attacks forward, locking in that elbow. Well, Macias picks up the second Shido. He cannot afford to drop anymore. He looks to be uncomfortable with that arm lock. And it does look really uncomfortable. From me, it's just not a nice situation. He crosses the arm, draws the arm across his chest, comes around the back with the left, and then attacks forward. Now, each time he's coming in, the elbow's becoming locked. And I think the care system will try and have a real look in it, because we've seen Macias complaining, not directly, but he's been rubbing that elbow every time, the exchange of that attack. And it's very difficult to avoid that movement. So is it the transition from the arm lock into the knee waza? Well, it was uncomfortable, and I think they're going, yeah. The cross grip, but that is the third and final Shido been awarded for the hand sokumaki. So Tommy Macias goes through to the third round of the under 73s.
Some fighters need a warm-up, don't they?
Well, it looked, watching that match, it was the style of the Russian. He crossed the arm across his chest, he came round the back, and then he attacked forward, stabbing across on that leg, but it looked like the elbows getting locked each time. And obviously, Macias was uncomfortable right from the beginning. Every time the exchange happened, he was getting more and more uncomfortable with the situation. Whether he was playing on it a little bit, I don't know, but it really was an awkward sort of style of judo there.
On the mat now, Marcel Tsetsera of Romania is up against Khitmatlok Turayev of Uzbekistan. It's Tsetsera in the white judogi, Turayev in blue. This is round 2 of the under 73 kilo category. You've just seen the number 1 seed. We can actually go to mat number 2 to have a look at Aslan Lapinagov of Russia. He's up against Dorin Gotonowaga of Moldova. It's Lapinagov in the white judogi, Gotonowaga in blue. We joined the contest with half a minute left to go. There's no score in there as yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Just a few seconds left in normal time. Could be that this one will have to go into a golden score. Yep, we are going to have a period of golden score. Gotonowaga picks up a second penalty.
Well, we've had a minute of golden score. Strong left-sided effort there from Gotanowaga, but Lapinagov able to block that. And now attempting the shimiwaza, but the referee decides that he's going to call mate on that one. Stands them up with a minute and 15, having gone in golden score. Chance again to work on the ground for Lapinagov. Really wants to try and get that leg free, but in order to get the leg free, he's got to free up the top half, and whichever way you look at it, he loses one part when trying to work on the other. Well, Lapinagov is making hard work of this. Gotanowaga really giving everything in this round 2 contest. Just checking to see how many fighters there are. They are in the weight category. There are. So there's 3 rounds anyway, so there's no safety really getting through this. You'd still be into round 3. It's when you get to the quarter-final that you've got a little bit of breathing space. I'm sure those of you that know the way that the knockout system works, that by the time you get to the quarter-final, should you lose in the quarter-final, you've got a repechage contest to come. Yeah, he's gone. That is gone. He's put both hands down to try and save himself. So that is a score. Yeah. Gotanowaga of Moldova getting past Aslan Lapinagov of Russia. Real disappointment for the Russian there. That's a perfect illustration of the way that that rule works. And there's a good reason why that rule is applied. Lots of young people watching will attempt to do the same thing. They may not have the same upper body strength as Lapinagov, and their shoulders or elbows can't take that kind of weight or that kind of pressure. And that action has resulted in a number of injuries. So they've brought that rule in to try and stop athletes from using that to avoid giving up a score. Okay, on mat 2 now. Alexios Thanasidis of Greece faces Kamoladid Rasulov of Uzbekistan. It's Thanasidis in the white judogi, Rasulov in blue. Tim Gramkov of Germany is down on mat number 3 against Vladimir Zaloyev. That's one of Loretta's picks this morning. There's 48 seconds left in that contest. There's no score as yet. And there's no score in this one with a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Tanasidis with just a little, maybe Kosodagari effort there. Didn't really trouble Rasulov. And Zoloyev has just thrown Gramkov for Ippon down on mat number 3. So unfortunately, the young German losing out there. Still no score between Tanasidis and Rasulov. Well, a little over 1.5 minutes left to go. There's a big cheering section for the Uzbek fighter. Unfortunately for Rasulov, it's not him. It's on the adjoining mat for Ulugbek Urukov. He's up against Abbas Azizov of Russia, but I wonder why they're not cheering for Rasulov then. Maybe he's from a different part of the country. But there's a little fan club on mat 3, and they're all cheering the Uzbek fighter. Nice effort there from Rasulov. Tanasidis has already picked up 2 penalties. He's guilty of being a bit passive here. He's got to be careful. And you can see there that step over was so poor. He had an opportunity to work on the ground and he stepped over him. He's never really interested in getting involved in any newaza. I'm not sure what his newaza is like, but just avoided it completely. There's nothing wrong with that effort from Rasulov. Little Yoku Sutemi waza, and Tanasidis is stretching his hands out as though to say, well, what was that? Well, that was a valid attack. If it hadn't been, the referee would have called a false attack. It's not going to score. The referee had already called mate, and I think what they're going to do is penalise Rasulov for stepping out. Yep. 2 penalties apiece then. Nothing wrong with that. We know it's a score. We know it's a score, but the referee had already called mate. He'd called mate. Both fighters had heard the mate, and when they rolled over, you know, they were just rolling over for the finish. It's not a question of whether it's a score or not. We know it's a score. That would have been Wazari. That would have ended it. But what we can't do now is to go back and say, oh, you know, you shouldn't have called mate. He called mate because of the step out. There was then a score, but it was too late. The mate had already been called. So I'm glad they didn't change that. Because there was the temptation to say, oh, the nicer action is the score. Why don't we give a score? Well, you know, Rasulov had stopped. And he got penalised.
Yeah, you're totally right on that one.
Tanasides has got to stay focused there. He can't afford to get upset or angry.
Yes, he's got to stay focused, there's no doubt about it. And trying to look for the referee for any extra help will really takes off the job in hand. And that's the athlete in front of him that's given him a good run for his money at this moment.
And 2 good attacks. That's brought Rasulov back level as far as, you know,
he's definitely come back into
attacking,
this.
yeah. You can see that Tanasides is frustrated. There's 2 things that are frustrating him, really. One is he's visibly thinking that the referee's got something against him. And he's continually thinking, oh, because it's an Uzbek fighter, you know, it's the home crowd thing.
Yeah.
It's not. The boy is attacking. You know, he's doing a good job. It's a tight contest.
Well, I think all these negative vibes that's coming from himself is most probably for the lack of confidence that he has and the ability to get the job done. And this is what we're seeing more and more.
Well, the only thing that they can do here is to give a penalty for a false attack.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, Rasulov, who'd been keeping up the rate of attacks, was doing pretty good.
But just one too many.
Well, one poor one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
many.
about quality, not quantity.
Yeah.
And this is the problem.
Yeah.
I think Rasulov thought that by doing enough would make him look, his opponent look passive. But
well,
what
it's a very, very good point that Loretta makes there. When you start to play the Shido game, you take it out of your hands and you put it in the hands of the referee.
Yes.
You know?
And it's that interpretation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of what's classed as an attack.
Oh, well. Jonathan Aladon of France faces Erlan Sherov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Aladon in the white judogi, Sherov in blue. It's round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. We could go down to have a look at the local favourite on mat number 1, actually. That's a round 2 contest. Let's do that. Let's have a look at Gyozjon Baboyev of Uzbekistan. He faces Jorge Cano Garcia of Spain. It's in the under 73 kilo category, mat number 1. Right, we join the contest with a little under 3 minutes left to go. There's no score. Baboyev in the white judogi, Cano Garcia in blue.
Well, Baboyev there comes in with the number 4 seed in this competition. He's got to be a favourite for being on the podium here today. The Uzbeks have had 2 chances of in the finals and sadly have come short. Can day 2 be a more luckier day for them? Baboyev with a Shiro. Well, Cano Garcia takes the win, and there was an infringement there. Hooked in from the inside, and it locked the leg, which is an illegal move, which is a Hansokimaki.
From Baboyev.
From
That's
Baboyev.
a bit amateurish, isn't it, at his level?
Very crazy, that one,
know.
wasn't it? To be making errors. Well, that was a big disappointment there for the Uzbekistan team.
Well, there we go. We gave him the whole big intro and then let us down. We're going to go back to mat number 2. No disrespect meant to Chuang or Sultanov, but we want to have a look again at Jonathan Aladon of France and Erlan Sherov of Kyrgyzstan. Join the contest with Aladon attacking with right-sided Ojigari with a little under 2 minutes left to go. Sherov has picked up the single Shido. There's no score as yet. It is Aladon in the white judogi, Sherov in blue.
Well, Sherov picks up the second Shido with a minute and a half remaining. Aladon looking a bit uncomfortable with the exchange of grips. Obviously, the interlock of the fingers caused him a few problems there in that last exchange. He's got the cross grip there, but needs to work off there. As you can see, Sherov stepping across with the Osota and circling motion around his opponent to get a deeper attack to the rear. Defended nicely from the Frenchman. Aradon with the right hand on the lapel as he reaches forward, trying to capture his opponent's right sleeve. Has a better security now. Needs to react off what seems to be quite a nice controlling grip, but taking that little bit too long to react. Oh, Kosota, beautifully done. Sherov draws his opponent down into the ground, just didn't get in deep enough for a score, but definitely a major threat against the Frenchman. Aladon once more works on controlling that sleeve.
Just an update on Tommy Macias. He's receiving some treatment on that left arm.
Yep. I'm not surprised. It looked very uncomfortable. There was no doubt about it.
Yeah, the Swedish coach stroke physio, I suppose, had to strap the arm up. Maybe it'll be a little bit comfortable to put ice on it now, but that's always a good idea as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, nice attack there.
Even if it kills the arm for a bit, he may have a whole round to wait, you know, and could recover. Anyway, it's up to them. They'll decide what to do.
Most important thing, he just keeps it moving, because obviously the muscles in the arm, if it's overstretched, will tighten up, and that'll be the problem for him. But he's an experienced athlete, so nice. Aladon there with the Ouchigari, beautifully executed.
Well, he threatened that earlier on, didn't he? Just as we came back to the contest, he was working away at that. And now he's finally been able to put his man away. Sherov going over for Ippon. He's out of the contest, out of the competition, but Aladon moves into round 3. We can stay here, can't we, to be honest?
Yes.
May as well. It is round 2 of the under 81 kilo category. Coming up next, the Boże Gardasewicz of Montenegro faces Damian Stepien of Poland. Gardasewicz in the white judogi, Stepien in blue. I'm going to ask my colleague sitting next to us about the pronunciation of this Montenegrin name, because I know he's going to know. Who tell us how to say that. Oh, you don't know? Okay, right. Nebosha. He said Nebosha, right. Nebosha. He's from Slovenia. It's not a million miles away, is it? You know. Nebosha Gardasewicz. Okay. Yeah, it reminds me of that Jedna Putna story. I won't go into it.
No, we'll pass on that one.
Apparently, it means the same thing in all that sort of region except Slovenia. Sasho Sindic came unstuck with that one. Jedna Putna. Means one for the road, or in German, einer geht noch, or Russian, na pasashok. Or in Italian, una ultima.
Well, Stepien coming in with that Cianagi, left himself a little bit loose as he dropped in very deep on the Cianagi. Didn't take his opponent with him.
Sorry, update on the name. Neboisha.
Neboisha.
Yeah, he's corrected me again. Neboisha.
Gadisovic.
Tell you what, after all of this, I hope he wins the contest so that we can say his name again.
I know. Neboisha is actually quite a nice name as well, isn't it? It's got a nice ring to it.
I'll tell him you said that.
Yes. Oh, goodness me. Well, Gadisovic there was riding that Cianagi. And there was a Wazari. Stepien now takes the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining, and he's really stepping it up into the next level. Gadisovic really has his work cut out for him. He tries to control that sleeve grip, but with controlling, he needs to use it. That's the most important thing. He's got a score to come back from. Stepien with the left hand on the lapel, controlling that sleeve and the Yoko Tomonagi. Entry, a good attack, still piling more and more pressure on his opponent. Well, Gadisovic has got 1.5 minutes really to come back into play. He's been on the receiving end throughout this contest, and some nice Cianagi movements from Stepien. Stepien once more comes in with the Tomonaga. We've seen that a couple of times now. Just keeping that pressure on just nicely. Well, we're coming into the last minute of the contest. Well, Gadisovic, you can see that right hand round the back, the left hand under the arm, draws on the belt and piles the pressure on Stepien as he backs off at the edge of the contest area, picking up his second Shido. Well, 40 seconds, he cannot afford to back out and just hang on to this Wazari. He has to stay engaged, but as you can see, the threat of the both hands on the belt as he levers his opponent up onto his hips. An attempt of a Makakomi there from Stepien. Well, they're taking off the second Shido, which slightly takes the pressure off him. But now works in the Niwazo, where we know that's obviously the safest place for Stepien as he works his way in Niwazo, trying to rotate his opponent over. Gadisovic, I think, has sort of thrown in the towel, really, knowing that the seconds have ticked away and time was never in his favor. So Damian Stepien goes through for Poland to the next round, the third round of the under 81 kilo category. And he'll be up against the Frenchman, Aladon, in that third round. Well, now we have Kamza of Kazakhstan in the white, Fatih Pordal of People's Republic of Iran. Well, Kamza, there as you can see, very strong, controlling right hand grip on the lapel. As the Iranian comes in, he's looking to work on the edge of the contest area, backing his opponent up to the edge. Attempt there for the Iranian. Uchimata into the Makikomi. Really hasn't managed to secure a strong enough grip. Well, both trying to control the sleeve grips. But while doing that, neither one of them are actually putting in a strong enough attack. Kamza coming over the top there, as you can see, both opting for the high collar. One just round the side of the arm there, trapping nicely, but again, both very defensive, which is restricting the movement somewhat, really, and engaging in the attack. Well, both should be looking at a Shido apiece, I would have thought, but here you have it. So with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, neither one of these athletes closer to getting into the third round of this competition. Well, it gives the Kazakhstan a little bit of time to compose himself and rethink. Comes round, traps that arm once more. Kazakhstan draws down on that arm. Tries to get a reaction as he draws the arm towards across the chest. Now finally loses total control. So a lot of effort, a build-up, anticipation of what didn't happen really, which seems to be a common factor within this contest. Comes under the arm, draws on the belt. Both hands now on the belt and quickly dismissed by the Iranian. But he's working on that arm, he's drawing it out. Pressure. Lost opportunity there for Kamza. Well, a very slow process of tying up the obi. Trying to reserve as much energy he possibly can, as he's looking quite tired out there. He's been under a lot of pressure throughout this contest, and the referee really trying to speed up the process. The Kazakhstan just drawing on that arm as he traps the left side of his opponent. Well, we're going into golden score, and it's been a very tight-fought match between both these athletes. Comes up for me looking the more stronger of the two. He's had some good opportunities, especially in the Niwaza with the Jujikatami, but also when he connects with both hands on the belt, he gets a strong leverage there, but still has failed to follow through in a throw, but some very close opportunities for him. Tries to come through past those legs. The Iranian tries to defend there nicely, but looked a little bit of an uncomfortable situation at that point. So coming up 40 seconds in golden score. The Kazakhstan controlling the left side once more, just under the armpit, and he has that sleeve grip that he draws down on. He's controlling nicely, but isn't following up with an attack. Struggling with the power of the Iranian. It comes in with a Makakomi attempt there. And a little long in waiting there for the second Shido to go to the Iranian. Well, the Kazakhstan draws his opponent down onto his knees, making him look quite passive, and it just seems to be just a matter of time now. Will this be the last and final Shido that is going to be awarded?
It's the first time I've seen him, the Iranian, fighting at under 81 kilos. He's fought at under 73 previously. It's not a good move when, you know, to go up from 73 to 81 when your teammate has won the World Championships.
Yeah. He looks quite small in this weight category. It's, I don't think he's powered up enough to be in the 81s as yet.
Well, poor old Jean-Claude Jimby, the referee in the middle, had been instructed to give a third penalty to the Iranian. He initially gave it for a leg grab. He then had to cancel that and give it for a false attack, which is the right thing to do.
Yes.
You can't tell the fighter you've been penalized for a leg grab when you didn't leg grab. But he can only go on what he's told. So it may, you know, it may have looked as though the referee was unsure about what he was doing, but he was being told and instructed to give one thing when really he hadn't really been given clear instructions. I feel a little bit sorry for him. Yeah, poor fella in the middle. Anyway, we move on now. What have we got here? This is, again, in the under 81 kilo category, round 2. We've already got a few of the round 3 contests lined up. I'll just tell you who we've got here. Akmal Muradov of Tajikistan faces Alfonso Erquizia Solana of Spain. Erquizia Solana in the white, in blue. It's Muradov in the white judogi.
Well, nice attack there, the Uchimata from Erquizia Solana. The Spaniard quite light on his feet. Agile likes the open space. Prefers to keep it open and these options. Works well with the feet. Doesn't seem to like the exchange of the high collar grip, as you can see. Muradov coming over the top, trying to close up that space and quieten down the pace of the Spaniard. In doing that, looking quite defensive and both working to the edge, which has backfired on both the athletes. Erquizia Solana now has 2 Shidos as he comes in for the Cianagi there. Slightly out of range for a positive attack. Ochi taking them off to the side there, scoring a Wazari. Nice finishing touch to the attack as he follows through into the Niwaza. Sangaku turnover, trying to capitalize in the ground, and he knows he's up against a very tough opponent. But with 1 minute 44, just under the halfway mark now. Erquizia Solana takes the lead for Spain. Comes round the back there. Muradov staying very focused in this contest. Sule said earlier on, likes the closeness. Tries to draw his opponent in towards him as the Kosota gets that leverage, trying to really sacrifice his body in, but as you know, he needs to get under the hips and get that lifting action. But a counter-attack, scoring a Wazari Aseti upon. Gives the win to the Spaniard, Erquizia Solana.
Right, coming up next, Ungvari Attila of Hungary faces Juan Diego Tercios of El Salvador. It's Ungvari in the white judogi, Tercios in blue.
Ungvari, one of the more experienced and mature athletes in this competition. A little bit off form this year. Last year, achieving some great results throughout the year, just hasn't hit the mark. Been very close to getting amongst the medals, but definitely a consistent athlete. And always in with a shout of a medal whenever he participates. Well, Tosillos there looking a little bit frustrated and getting ragged around there like a bit of a rag doll at the moment. As he defends in the Niwa zone, really defending. He's got to be careful in the ground because Attila is very, very strong in his transition. Got some nice Niwaza skills. Both picking up a Shido apiece. Both these athletes, it's their first match of the day. Both had a bye in the first round. Nice Koichigari from around the back grip as he now follows through in the Niwa zone. This is where he's very clever, but his opponent defending quite nicely. And enough time for the referee to call mate. Tosillos trying to get that skipping motion going. Oh, what a throw. Well, that was a heavy hit. Well, more or less smashed him to the front. Didn't get the rotation, but goodness me, what an attack there. Very fast indeed. Scoring a Wazari. Well, definitely a heavy hit that was. Tosillos now on trailing, and there you have the Koichi, a very soft Koichi, placing him down for another Wazari Aseti upon. Well, definitely this young man from El Salvador was on a really learning curve against a more experienced opponent. Definitely a contest he'll not forget. And here's some of those highlights. Koichigari, nice technique.
Well, we continue with the under 81 kilo category, round 2 contests. Hannes Konrad of Germany is up against Shukrob Tursunov of Uzbekistan. It's Konrad in the white judogi, Tursunov in blue.
Whoa, straight away with this nice attack from Tursunov, to the delight of the crowd here, and everyone on the edge of their seats. The Asodi attempt and the first exchange. Konrad been taken a little bit off guard. Once more, Tursunov comes in with the Ouchigari, another strong attack. Well, he's out for business, there's no doubt about it. Koichigari from Conrad. Stumbles his opponent back. Just needed a little bit more upper control on to catch that shoulder. And already we're just into the first minute. Seen some very strong attacks coming from both athletes. Tursunov has set the pace in the first exchange of this contest. Can he continue with that very hard-hitting pace throughout the next 3 minutes? Conrad controlling on the sleeves grip, but both leaving themselves very vulnerable, and Tursunov on his defensive action picks up the first Shido. Halfway through this contest, oh, the Sianagi, nicely executed, so close to scoring. As he now works Tursunov in the Niwaza. So great attack there from Conrad. Two strong attacks, two very close to scoring. Started off this contest on the back foot in the first exchange, but now settled into this contest quite nicely. Conrad overstretches himself to catch that lapel grip, but leaves his shoulder exposed there on the right side. As the head gets drawn down, head-to-head action now. Conrad obviously feeling under pressure, comes in with the Sianagi.
Inside the last minute now. Conrad penalty-free. Tursunov is the one just with a little bit of work to do here. Make sure he doesn't pick up a second penalty and make things difficult right at the end of the contest, just in case we go as far as golden score. Conrad looked as though he took a dive there, didn't he?
Yeah, he was in trouble. It was on the edge of the contest area. The high collar grip, there was only one way out, and that was to drop.
And he paid the price. He picks up a penalty. We've got 30-odd seconds left to go now.
Well, Conrad, he's got good feet, but he needs the space to maneuver himself around with the Ashiwazas, the Koichigaris and the Ouchis. As he gets his head caught up, it closes up and it slows his feet down, and it's not the ideal situation for him.
Just looking a bit defensive now, Conrad.
Well, he's not liking that high collar grip, that's one thing.
Giving up the sleeve as well. He just threw that in to get out of it.
That arm was coming over the top, and he's got to be careful throwing in attacks like that. As you can see on his landing, it was a desperate attack. He's got away with it this time, but now we're coming into golden scores, a Shido apiece.
Well, Tursunov did the right thing. He just stepped things up with that in that last minute. He avoided picking up the penalty, so they go into golden score completely even. And if anything, it was Conrad in that last minute who began to flag a little.
Yeah. Well, it's the left hand that's encroaching on the right shoulder of Conrad as soon as he gets over there, he seems to panic. And the panic situation drops in with the Sianagi, which is a little bit misjudged. For Conrad, he needs that space. He needs to be able to maneuver. He's good with his feet. That Koichigari, we've seen a couple of times, has been very, very close, but he needs that openness. He needs to get that moving on that lapel. Oh, again, the Sianagi was still very far out on that attack. More emphasis on the Koichi rather than the Ippon Sianagi that he seems to be going for. He's too far away from his opponent. The Uzbek, when he comes over with that left hand, controlling the right side, he looks ever so dangerous, and there you have it. Harai, beautifully done, and a real threat, but he was doing that right from the beginning, the opening minute. He lost a little bit form in the second and third, but going into that golden score, he was on fire.
And a minute into golden score, it's Shokrov Tursunov who comes up with a big Harai Makikomi to take his place in round 3. 3 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, and the final. That's what you're going to have to do if you're going to win it today. And it's Tursunov who goes into the next round. Well, we've got the under 63 kilo category coming up next. That's all our second round action in the under 81. We've got the number 1 seed, Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. She's up against Isabel Puche of Spain. It'll be Leszki in the white judogi, Puche in blue. And there's a look at that big Harai Makikomi as the German went over.
Oh.
Right, we're underway with round 2 of the under 63 kilo category. Leszki in the white judogi, Puche in blue.
Well, Puche there, as you can see, very strong grip to that left on the left side, controlling Leszki's right quite nicely. Causing Leszki a few little tricky moments as she tries to avoid that left coming over. She traps the left arm, tactically very aware of the strengths of her Spanish opponent, but it hasn't stopped that left hand taking the gi and controlling there as she draws her opponent's head down towards her. She tries to get in a little bit deeper.
We had the pleasure of Gibran Khan yesterday. Well, today we're going to get a chance to chat to the IGF media director, Nicholas Mesner. He's going to sit in with Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Good afternoon, Nicholas.
Good afternoon, Loretta. It's already the afternoon? Almost?
It must be. It must be. It feels
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Time hasn't gone that slow,
I'm
has it?
I'm a little bit lost with time difference and jet lag.
I know. Tell me about it.
Ah.
Well, so far there's been some exciting judo and some tough matches, hasn't there?
Yeah.
It's been pretty tight. There's no one that's really, at this particular moment, started to shine out as being the obvious athlete to be in the final block at this moment. It's still a rocky path for some of the athletes.
And especially those categories are really open because they're not like number 1, number 2 in the world, and it's like even the top seed athlete, he can be in danger.
Well, Andrea Leszki, she's had some great performances throughout this year. She's always been undershadowed by Tushiniak, we know, but and rightly so, being Olympic champion, you would expect that. But she's starting to get that opportunity to show the quality of athlete she truly is. But Puche here is doing extremely well, especially with that left hand. She's controlling very nicely the right shoulder. And here, although she's in the lead, Leszki, she's picked up a Shido. She cannot afford to defend on that Shido, on the Wazari. Otherwise, these shidos will start accumulating very quickly.
And I want also to say to the audience that really listen carefully to Loretta, because tonight she's going to be the one who's going to make the technical analysis of the day.
Oh, what pressure! Oh,
No.
mentioning of names, though. That's the one thing you solve.
No, but you know
It's a generalization of what we feel of the technical
definitely. But
presentation of the
that's
day.
something we started to implement at the Baku World Championships. That at the end of every single day, competition day, we try to have a technical analysis that goes a little bit more, in details and deep into the technical judo analysis of what went on the mats during the day. And since Baku it has been really popular. So every time we change. So yesterday, for instance, we did a bit of technical analysis with Alexander Jaskevich, who was an Olympic medalist in 1980. And every day we try to have a different angle, a different point of view, and that's really popular. So don't hesitate at the end of the day to come up on the IGF website. First of all, to see the results. That's the first thing we post, of course. And then we have the analysis of the day.
Yes. At this moment, looking at so far today's performances, there have been some battles. The judo hasn't flowed as nicely. Technically, it hasn't been as crisp, but there's been some feisty matches. It's been aggressive, their approach. It's been very, very physical, the judo here so far that we've been able to watch. Hopefully, as we draw down to the top tier in the final block, that judo will become much more open and more
fluid,
apparent.
Yeah. And we must say, you probably already told it, but we have a fantastic audience and public. The venue is
it's amazing,
packed.
very knowledgeable as well, which it's nice to see the support here for these events, and rightly so. These athletes deserving all the support they can get.
And yesterday there was like kind of a funny moment into brackets, because of course for the audience it was not funny when the Uzbek athlete lost in the final. They were sure that he would win, and then they were cheering, and suddenly everything went silent for like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then when the winner was awarded with the victory, then the public cheered and congratulated both of the athletes. So that was a really nice moment. Yeah.
That was it. They got the result and then they were off. There was no waiting around. Well, Leski takes the win here for Slovenia. It goes through to the third round of the under-63s. 26 athletes are participating in this weight category. Leski comes in as the number 1 seed, and Heka, the number 2 seed, who's also had some strong performances throughout this year, and all the way from Australia. So the Australians seem to have a few athletes starting to come through. And from a small country of judokas, they have some very strong athletes that are just starting to hit some marks here and some targets.
It's a small country in terms of number of judoka. It's far away from everything. I was in Australia a couple of years ago for an educational program, and it's really, it takes ages to get there.
Yes.
But first of all, it's a beautiful country. We went to the north, to the tip of Australia, to the Aboriginal community, and there are people passionate about judo. It's just
definitely.
amazing.
Yeah.
And one of the main issues is that the country itself is massive.
It's
it's just
the distance.
on the other side of the world.
Well, here we have Bold of Mongolia in white and Martin of USA. Now, Martin is a strong athlete in her own right, and has got nice technique. She has been injured with a foot injury for some time, was plagued with that, and had lost a little bit of form, but she's come back.
Yeah, because she was successful. Last year she got a bronze or silver medal here, I think, last year.
I think it was a bronze medal that she
was on the podium last year.
Yeah. But since then she sustained a foot injury, and this has plagued her throughout the preparation, throughout the beginning of the year. It's been a bit of a roller coaster of performances for Hannah, but she has that left high collar grip. She draws down very tightly on that as she starts to show the hip, looking for what looks to be the Ouchi-Uchimata combination, which we've seen a lot in yesterday and today. It's a very, very popular combination of techniques. Along with the Yoko Tomonagi, again, you see that being overused quite a bit.
I wanted also to mention, because I'm in charge of the media, but also of many educational activities and so on, that I think almost a couple of weeks ago we had the World Judo Day, and it was really super successful. This year we are still collecting information from different federations and clubs and individuals who organized an event on the World Judo Day. So on October 28th, this year was friendship as the theme.
Yes.
And we have already, I think, 77 or 78 countries which participated in the World Judo Day this year. So it's really a massive success. I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't send their feedback yet. So I mean, if you're listening to us and if you have some, if you organize something on the 28th, maybe it was on the 26th, maybe it was on the beginning of November, that doesn't really matter, because I mean, like 28th is the symbolic day because it's the birthday of Jigoro Kano. But if you have organized something, or if you are still organizing something on that theme, friendship, please don't hesitate to send it to press@igf.org, and we will publish it on the World Judo Day website.
Oh, definitely. Get it in. It is always wonderful to see what's going on in the world of judo, isn't it? And of all ages and all abilities, isn't there? And that's so nice, isn't it?
And it's really, for instance, I mean, I'm going to just give a couple of examples, but I mean, for instance, this year, the Judo Federation of Kiribati, a small archipelago in the Pacific Ocean, really, I mean, like even further than Australia. So the federation was founded this year, and they sent us a feedback about the World Judo Day because they participated. They organized a judo session based on the theme on friendship, and they sent us a message said, "Oh, we are so happy. We are an IGF member since this year, and we already participate in an IGF event."
They're able to be part of that judo family, aren't they? Which is excellent. It really is. It's nice to see how they've taken on board not only the enjoyment, but the responsibility of what judo really means.
Yeah, and we often say, I mean, of course, I mean, our showroom is the World Judo Tour, and that's really important. That's where you've got all the champions and so on. But I mean, compared to the whole judo community, it represents a small amount of people participating in those events. I mean, the competitors but most of the people, they're just practicing judo because they love it, because they enjoy the family, which I mean is around judo and in judo, the values. I mean, we have millions of kids practicing judo around the world, and it's also important to have, I mean, activities and events for everyone.
Yes, yeah. Well, Hannah Martin has just picked up her second Shido. Pressure is on this young lady from the United States of America. Bold, controlling nicely, as you can see, with that right hand inside on the lapel, blocking out Hannah Martin's left side as she really favors that grip, needs to get in deeper, and it's causing her one or two problems here. She hooks in with the Ouchi-Uchimata combination again, but looking very much on the receiving end and not dominating as much as she would hope for. Bold controls quite nice with 2 seconds remaining in the contest, so it's looking like this will go to golden score.
So everything is still possible.
Well, it's open, it definitely is. For Hannah Martin, it's a position she wants that left hand over deep, but it's the block inside.
I think Bold knows that.
And she's prepared for it each time, but very strong in her approach, just not strong enough in the deliverance of what she's trying to do.
Yeah, no change in the rhythm. I mean,
No.
and she has the strong...
Needs to shake that up a bit and be in some way a little bit more gutsy. Just try something slightly unusual just to unsettle the Mongolian. But
And it's the moment to try, at least. I mean, like, otherwise the third penalty will come and it's going to be over.
Exactly. For Hannah Martin, I think she'd rather go out with a score than actually go out being defeated on a Hansokumaki. And she is trying, there's no doubt about it. She's got the Kosota there. She got the left side in. She was in deep enough. and the Kosoda was just around the back. She started to creep in deeper, obviously was able to rock the balance of the Mongolian.
Who is tired as well? I mean, she looks a little bit
She
tired,
does,
the Mongolian.
doesn't she?
Yeah. Even if she doesn't have that much time difference.
No, it doesn't. There's no excuses for
Not
her.
like us.
Not like us that gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning
Yeah.
and wonder that it's why we're still wide awake. Definitely, I feel for some of the athletes, if they're experiencing anything like what we're and we don't have to compete.
Yeah, that
you-
must be
Very,
that is
very
tur-
challenging,
that is
isn't it?
tough and challenging. I mean,
It
it's
is.
It must not be. It is. I mean, like
It is. It's definitely
especially, I mean, like,
challenging for an athlete.
for big events like World Championships and Olympic Games, many delegations arrive like a few days in advance. But for Grand Prix, Grand Slam, they arrive like the day before, 2 days before.
It's just the cost implications
No,
to
I mean,
it, isn't it?
definitely,
It makes
yeah.
it very, very difficult
No,
for
definitely
them.
yes. But I mean, that is as a consequence,
the
they're in the still
Yes.
the same situation as us, but we don't have
Yeah.
to go on the mat. So.
It's balancing it up and what preparation they need. And like you say, they just rock up maybe the day before. Some cases they can just go straight into their pattern. For others, I know for me, I have really suffered here this time. On other occasions, it most probably has never affected me, but definitely this time scale has caused me one or two
The
problems.
first night was okay. The second night was a disaster.
You thought you'd mastered it, and
Yes.
then it just
Oh yeah, I
caught
was
you the
so happy
second
after
day
the
in.
first night, but then the second night was like,
Well,
yeah. The third
Sadly for Hannah Martin, though, the third and final Shido was awarded to her. Bold takes the win, with the result of the Han Sokumaki being awarded. She'll be desperately disappointed in that. But there was no doubt that she wasn't defending. She was just trying to get past a very strong controlling right arm of Bold, and tactically played a very sound match here against the American. And she'll be up against Leski a little bit later on in that quarter-final. So that's going to be quite a tricky match for her. That'll be even more challenging. Unterwasaka here representing Austria in the white. Polakova of Russia in the blue.
And being here with you today also offered me the occasion to tell you about the Judo for the World Series. Don't forget to go on YouTube and go watch all those films that the IGF is producing.
There's some
And we
amazing
have like
footage, isn't there?
16 or 17th episode now. The last one we released was, we filmed it in Italy, in Naples during the summer with Gianni Madaloni's project, which is amazing. Don't forget, please go on YouTube or on the IGF webpage and look for that film. It's an 8.5-minute film about the project that Gianni Madaloni. So he's the father of Pino Madaloni, who was Olympic champion in Sydney. And he was born and he still lives in Scampia, which is that suburb, really, really difficult suburb in the outskirts of Naples. And they've developed such an amazing program for many years now in Naples, and they're taking care not only of the judo people, but all the community. They're even distributing food on every Friday to the families and so on. And you can watch the film. It's the last one we published, and the next one we're going to publish is just before Tokyo Grand Slam, so in less than a couple of weeks from now. And it's going to be the second episode of the series we are filming about Japan, because of the upcoming Olympic Games. And we have already one episode that was published last year about Jigoro Kano.
Yes.
And second episode we're going to release in a week or 10 days. And it's focusing on heat, passion, youth in Japan. We filmed it during the summer.
Yes.
So first one was Kano during autumn, second one during summer with the young people. In January, we're going to film the third one in winter.
The Kangeko training.
Yes, yes, we're gonna go
It's
there.
cold.
Yes, but that's what we want to show. Actually, we want to show some.
I spent 3 weeks in that time of year of training many years ago,
Yes,
and definitely was challenging.
Yeah, so
even though they were very nice to me. They allowed me to wear woolly socks and a big woolly jumper under my judo gi. Unlike the men, they had to be hardened. I got the softer approach, I must admit.
Yes,
So
we're definitely going to film that because that's the idea. I mean, to film winter. So, I mean, you've not first one autumn, then a summer, then we're going to film winter. And the last one's going to be in a year from now. We're going to film in spring with universities. And we're going to go to those big universities that are producing so much champion in Japan. So we'll have 4 films, 4 seasons, 4 different themes, and it's going to be a big film just before the Tokyo Games. But every time we release the one we just did, so
not only is it inspiring, but it's so educational, isn't it, as well? And it just puts a human sort of part to a judoka's life and a country they live in, isn't it?
Yeah, and then there's someone inside the judogi, so we need also to talk about those people inside the judogi.
And know more about them,
yeah.
Which is really nice. The world of judo is become such a small place, hasn't it? Where before it was only countries we could only dream of going or dream of knowing, and now, as athletes and as judokas ourselves, we've become much more knowledgeable of what's out there past our own front door, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like in 10 days from now, I'm going to be in northern Canada doing judo with Inuits in Inuvik. I was there like 4 years ago. We had a Judo for Peace program in Northwest Territories in Yukon and Nunavut. And now, but it was not filmed at that time. I took some pictures, but no film. And that we're going with our filming crew, and we're going to make a new episode of Judo for the World. So it's going to be winter, really like real stuff.
Definitely thermals for this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you must wake up sometimes and pinch yourself, thinking, "What a job I've got to be able to experience such life."
Yeah, definitely.
And going to these parts of the world that not only didn't know about. When you were talking about some of the areas that you were visiting, I hadn't even heard of them before. So for me, it was just amazing, the opportunity. Hard work, there's no doubt about it. But what you're doing is bringing judo alive, and you're giving us so much knowledge of countries and places we knew nothing about.
Yeah, and I mean, like you can, like in a lifetime, you can have like a contact or someone who can bring you to the Inuit community. Okay, but what can you bring you to the Inuit community, to the Aboriginal people, to the deepest part of the Amazon forest, to the Ushuaia in Argentina, to Zambia in Africa, in the refugee camps and so on? It's judo. I mean, and only one activity, one sport, one discipline can bring you everywhere at the same time.
Just this vision of it has gone into my head while you're talking about places you've been and where you're going. And I have this vision of you in a canoe going down the Amazon, sort of with the judogi on. Sort of bit.
We did judo at the Machu Picchu last year in Peru.
Yes, and I saw some pictures of that.
With Yuri Alvear.
That's right.
The triple world champion and Olympic medalist, double Olympic medalist. And we were, I mean, in judogi in Machu Picchu. We did judo on the Great Wall in China.
Fantastic.
And I'm trying. I hope that we're going to do judo in the snow in Canada, but with the jumper and something really warm under.
You've got to be careful of frostbite there. Well, anytime you need a bag carry-out, I'll put my hand up for that one. It sounds an amazing opportunity, wonderful experiences to be gained. But what we are blessed with is that we might not have to go through the torturous travels that you have to get there. We can experience by watching.
Exactly.
The live footage. So it is definitely a must to go online and follow these experiences.
Yeah, so you can go on YouTube and hashtag Judo for the World, and you will find all the episodes. And of course, on the IGF webpage, if you go on the igf.org, on the right column, if you scroll down, you will find a little map, Judo for the World. You click on it, and then you have access to all the films that were made so far.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Well, Untosaka there, she's got 1 Shido to 2 at this moment. This young lady won the gold medal here last year in Tashkent. And she'll be wanting to be back on that podium. She is really having to battle her way through in this golden score to stay on top. Polakova giving her a real run for her money out here in this contest. Feisty little athlete that's piled on so much pressure on an experienced Austrian. Oh, the Ashiwaza was there. Well, Polyakova.
It was 1
really
minute 52 seconds in golden score, so that was quite...
A long, long battle there between these two athletes. Almost 6 minutes, and onto Osaka, their experience just prevailed at the end.
Okay, Loretta, I think...
Oh, you're going to leave me. Well, it's been wonderful listening
Yeah.
to your experiences and your forthcoming journeys in the world of judo, and we'll be looking forward to it. And remember, you can go online on YouTube and follow those experiences and see what's happening into the world of judo. But thank you very, very
You're
much
very
for joining us,
welcome.
and I hope you'll join us again
Yeah.
soon.
And I'm waiting for you tonight for the technical analysis.
Well, hopefully I'll be doing some notes.
Thank you,
So
bye-bye.
speak to you later. Bye. Well, now we have the Mongolian Baldoj in the white. Bezniski of Germany in the blue, who's just been caught there for a beautiful Osotogari. She stumbles down into the ground, now finds herself trailing against the Mongolian. Well, no real surprise there. The Mongolian last year was bronze medalist in the World Championships, along with the Asian Championships, a silver medal. Very strong athlete in her own right. As she comes over there, you can see with the left hand trapping the right side of her opponent. She hooks in for the Uchimata, the Kosota. A good combination, but controlling the upper part of the body quite nicely and maintaining that lead. Wisniewski again on the receiving end of another overstretched Osota. Scoring a Wazari Aseti upon, and Baljod Doj goes through to the third round. And she'll be up against Untitled of Austria a little bit later on. What a battle the Pool A and B have had to get to these quarter-final stages. There's been some tough opposition along the way. Most probably one of the strongest areas was Pool A, where you had Leski, Bold, Dobra. Shara from Israel and Hannah Martin, all out of Pool A, but only two managed to get through, and that was Leski and Bold, and they'll be up against each other. And now we've got Untitled and Baldoj of Mongolia in the quarterfinals. Now we have the under 70 kilos. Where we have the number 1 seed, Bernholm. Katipoglu of Turkey, a very strong young athlete. And could be a bit of a challenge here for the number 1 seed, who's really a consistent athlete throughout. One that's just always outside the medals, sadly, for Bernholm. She took the Masters bronze medal last year, was a very strong and a good result for this young lady from Sweden. But this year has sort of been picking up just outside in Budapest a 5th place, Zagreb 7th, Hojhot a 5th place, and Düsseldorf a 5th place. Just the qualifying top seeds under the 7th and up, but still trying to work away on that podium. Well, she's in a good position, and she has done in many of these competitions, come in as a very consistent athlete and put herself in one of the top seeds. She comes here as the number 1 seed. Polios of Austria is the number 2. Well, Bernholm struggling a little bit. Katipoglu is the high collar grip. As you can see, that left hand controlling the right shoulder of Bernholm. Looks a little bit frustrated and with herself. Doesn't seem to be able to cope very well. For Bernholm, it is her first match of the day. She had a bye in the first round. Well, Katipoglu looking very confident out there, staying very upright, strong looking structure of an athlete. Bernholm, very powerful in her own right, just seems to be not having her own way here in this contest. A minute and a half remaining in the contest altogether. Bernholm's trails with that Shido on the board that she picked up in the first minute. Well, we're coming into the last minute, and Katipoglu, for me, seems to have had the upper hand in this contest. Young lady in the Grand Slam in Baku last year was a bronze medalist. Also, beginning of the year in Antalya Grand Prix was also a 3rd place.
Didn't Bernholm win that event? I think Bernholm won in Antalya. That was her last.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we were talking about Nikolic yesterday, about someone that is a consistent athlete and being there amongst the medals or placings, this is another one that, with Bernholm.
Yeah, just a step down, because she's 7th and 5th.
She's
quite
7th
a lot,
and 5th a lot, just on the outskirts of getting onto that podium. But very consistent, and for that reason comes in as the number 1 seed.
Yes, somebody said to me yesterday, consistently missing the medals.
Consistent.
I thought that was harsh.
It was, that's well, you see the depth of quality athletes that are in these weight categories now. Just a placing is an achievement on its own, isn't it, in some of the weights?
Golden score between Bernholm and Katipoglu. Her teammate, Tommy Macias, has taken to mat number 1. We'll have a look at that after this. Oh, sorry, not quite yet. We'll stay with mat 2 for the moment. Sorry about that.
Just see the final outcome of this, and there was the Juji Katami, but Katipoglu just defending nicely.
Sorry, that was my fault. I didn't really make it clear. I'll be a little bit more careful next time round.
Well, that deep arm over the top draws her opponent down onto her knees. Well, as you can see, both these athletes, it's really taken a lot out of them. Katapoglu there picks up the second Shido. Well, there really wasn't much option for her. She was drawn down to her knees. It's the only source of escape from that deep grip. Oh, yes! Well, you have the Makakomi. And the number 1 seed goes out. And there you have the highlights. Oh, well, a lot of effort went into that. The Osota in, switched rotation into the Makakomi.
Right, we will go down to mat number 1 now and have a look and see what's happening with Tommy Macias of Sweden. He's up against Kikmatalok Turaev of Uzbekistan. It's Macias in the white judogi, Turaev in blue. We join the contest with both fighters having scored Wazari each, and they have each picked up 2 penalties. So a rather untidy looking scoreboard with 40-odd seconds left to go.
Well, as we said earlier on, Macias had been complaining of a bit of a sore elbow injury. He seems to be doing okay with it at the particular moment. Doesn't seem to be bothering him too much in this match. And it's definitely been tested here in this 3rd round match against the Uzbek. Well, a bit of a head-to-head and a drawing down on the sleeves. Well, I don't think either one of them looked really positive. So
where's this going to go?
Where is it going to go? I think if they were going to dish anything out, it would be going both sides, really. So is it one that they're just going to let ride? I think what was more dominant is that sleeve grip.
Let it ride, as you said, yeah. Good call, Loretta.
Well, we're coming into golden score, and this is definitely been a battle and a half. Quite an intense one, with a Wazari apiece, 2 Shidos each. One minor mistake could cost a place in the quarterfinal. Well, Macias really getting his head caught up in that shoulder controlled there. Nice attack. Comes back with the Ouchigari, comes onto the belt. But there you have, he drops underneath, but the rotation and upper body control against Macias is a very positive attack there. Both looking quite tired out there now. Both under extreme pressure to perform. Macias on the belt. Oh, yes!
Yes,
well,
I think yes.
It seems continuous. I didn't see a pause on that.
They may have called Mate without us seeing.
No, that's the only thing. But
top draw effort from Macias there.
Well, he persevered with that attack, didn't he? And But like you say, wasn't sure whether there was a mate or... Obviously, there was enough pause there, one way or another, not to give the score. Left hand over the top. Oh, with the Ouchigari! Oh, well, there's no arguments with that one. As the crowd come off their seats, congratulating this homeboy. Turayev there from Uzbekistan takes the win and goes into the quarterfinal stages.
That was a real battle.
Oh.
So we lost Anna Bernholm the fight before, and then we lost Tommy Macias.
Yes.
Both going out. No chance back for either of them. He loses in round 3. And Anna Bernholm lost in round 2, didn't she?
That's right. Yeah, she had to buy the first fight, so lost her first match.
Yeah. Right, Benjamin Axus of France faces Oren Guiner of Israel. It's Axus in the white judogi, Guiner in blue.
Well, straight away, the most obvious thing that comes to mind is the size of this athlete, Axus. What a tall lad. That height, it looks so awkward. And so dangerous as well for Gina. Gina there. Oh!
You almost climbed onto that.
That was all over the place. That was just so out of control on both parties there. Axus going down into the Niwaza, trying to get those long legs and under control as he attempts what looked to be the Sangaku tie-up. Gina trying to control the head of his opponent, drawing that head down to his own height, trying to get a little bit. The Uchimata was there, nice strong attack. Well, those long limbs of Axus, as you can see, that left hand high over the back, controlling the sleeve quite nicely as well. Ouchigari, but the Kosoda was there. And Ippon, well, Benjamin Axus just seemed to clamber over on top of his opponent. And Gino just didn't manage to get the leverage that he needed to get his opponent up off his feet.
Let's go down to mat number 3, if we can, because Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia is up against Serdan Mevaljevic of Montenegro. It's Nyamsurin in the white judogi, Mevaljevic in blue. We joined the contest with no score. We got a little under 3 minutes left to go. Nyamsurin has picked up a single Shido. This is round 3 of the under 81 kilo category. And then we can stay here because coming up next will be Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan, who's moved from 73, well, at least for this competition, moved from the under 73 kilo category to the under 81 kilo category. He'll be up against Shamil Borshashvili of Austria. Niam Surin it is.
Yep.
Who comes up with the ippon.
And that will bring him into the quarter-final stage.
Oh,
Well,
look,
they've taken it off for Wazari.
Mevalievich lives again.
Well, he gets a second crack at this now. Left hand round the back. Side skipping his opponent. Seems to have braced himself on the forward attack from Namsurin, who then now works away, punishing his opponent down into the Niwaza. Didn't see much of an opportunity down there, nor's the referee. Mevalievich there looking slightly apprehensive, and rightly so. He was on the receiving end earlier with what was almost an ippon and an exit of the competition. So taking things a little bit more carefully out there. The Marathi Sienagi attempt there blocked nice enough, but the threat's still open. Again, there you have it. Marathi Sienagi over the opposite side, scoring the ippon. And a win into the next round. Well, I'm glad I didn't change my paperwork.
So Mevalievich going out. Niam Surin going through to the quarter-final. He'll face the winner of the upcoming contest. That's between Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan and Shamil Borshashvili of Austria. It'll be Orozhov in the white judogi, Borshashvili in blue.
Well, Borshashvili there on the first exchange. Sutemi was her attempt. Orozhov just stepping over his opponents, not really phased by the first attack. Orozhov working his opponent on the edge of the contest area, as you can see, trying to hunt out his opponent's left sleeve. It gets the high collar on the left hand.
Just to add something to this, there is no Georgian team here, but I've already seen Shamil Borshashvili, Luka Makidze, and Henri Egotidze. But there's, just to make clear, there's no Georgian team here. Although the Spanish team is here,
yes,
there's no Nicholas Sherazadishvili.
Yeah, the world champion, yeah. He had a great performance, didn't he, at Baku?
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I click on the Russian team, who was, there's someone from Russia who, yeah, there's definitely a Russian with a Georgian-sounding name.
Yes.
I shall hunt that one out and remind myself of who it is.
Well, a lovely counter there for Borchashvili, scoring a Wazari. Orojov turned his back, but really didn't have a controlling grip on his opponent, left himself very vulnerable there. And now has to battle back in this contest at the halfway mark. Orojov there, as you can see the left hand on the lapel. It controls quite nicely with that grip. He's hunting out for the left sleeve as well, but the Ouchigari once more. He looked for a Sutemi Waza, but as he was going down, opted for an attempt to have a go at that arm lock.
Yeah, there were three on the Russian team. Lasha Lomidze, Merab Magiev, just those two then, yeah. Two.
Get about, don't they?
Everyone's got one. Even got one in the UK. I can't remember who it is, but there is one fighting in the UK.
Is there?
Yeah, there is one competing for GB. It's got a Russian name. I shall ask Greg Vary who it is. He'll know.
Well, the Ouchigari there from Ogorov. Again, he gets caught once more with that counter. Very lucky this time to escape that one, though. But I'm sure the referee, as you can see, is looking for a replay on the landing of that counter from Borchashvili. Orojov really has struggled against this tough opponent from Austria. Don't think it was so much a score from there. The hands, he landed onto the backside, but they've actually given it because they've more or less said the hands were bracing that movement. So there he picks up the second Wazari to make it Wazari Aseti upon, and the Austrian Borchashvili goes through to the next round, which is the quarterfinal stage. Up against Namsuren of Mongolia a little bit later on. And now we come to the quarterfinal stages, the under 63s for women. Cabana Perez of Spain in the white, Davidova of Russia in the blue. Cabana Perez defeated the number 2 seed in the second round, Katharina Heka of Australia. Well, it is a battle of grips at this moment, both trying to find the most secure and dominating grip to work from, but while restricting and being so powerful in the upper body control, just gives them a little bit of restriction in their entry for an attack. Davidova picking up the first Shido. But definitely has the upper hand when it comes to the gripping skills. The Russian draws her opponent onto the edge of the contest area, piling a little bit of pressure on Cabana Perez, who under that pressure attempts the Iponcianagi. But as you can see how strong and powerful, just gave her no entry into rotating off that attack. Davidova once more, that left hand on the collar, drawing her opponent's head down, controlling the right side of Perez as she steps across with the Osotogari and takes the lead. Davidova now still really working the Niwaza, sees that there's no mate, continues to exchange in the ground as she rotates her opponent over, piling more pressure on Cabana Perez. Now needs to tie up the upper part of the body, controlling that nicely as she works her way out of the leg grip. Well, there's an opportunity, a moment to compose herself under the last minute of this quarter-final stage, very close to getting into the semi-final. Once again, the left hand controlling the right side of Cabana Perez. She controls that left sleeve nicely, draws it across her chest as she works the feet, trying to get a set-up, a temptation of that foot stepping forward, where we saw the first result of the Osotogari, which picked up a Wazari for her. Trying to repeat. But here's the second Shido. Can't defend anymore, needs to stay engaged as once more Cabana Perez leaves herself open and vulnerable in the Niwaza, and valuable seconds get ticked away to the advantage of the Russian. Well, the Spaniard picks up a Shido as well. It's 2-1 and 1 Wazari. Well, the seconds tick away nicely, and Davidova takes the win and a place in the semi-final.
On mat number 3 now, Magdalena Kasakova of Austria goes up against Maria Centracchio of Italy. Kasakova in the white judo gi, Centracchio in blue. Well, with Kasakova's teammate being here, Unterwürzacher, in the same weight category as well, should be well placed to do something here.
It's going to be a bit of a battle, I think. Be interesting to see how this develops.
I think the awful thing is when they both qualify, and what happens is well, there are a couple of ways that things can work when both athletes are qualified. Either the NOC of the country, the National Olympic Committee, has the selection policy, because it's not the federation that sends you.
Yeah, it's the Olympic Committee.
You know, you are going as part of an Olympic team, and some teams, some NOCs are quite powerful, and they say, you know, we'll do the picking. You just tell us the athletes that are eligible, and we'll let you know who it is that we want to send on our team.
Well, in general, most governing bodies, most countries will have policies and procedures in selections for the Olympic Games. And policies have to be followed. And the qualification criteria has to be made.
So the other way that it works is that the athletes qualify, and it's up to the federation to inform the NOC who it is they think is best placed to go. That is usually the most reasonable and sensible route to take, given that for the last 4 years the federation has been investing in that athlete and knows, you know, who is likely to perform best at the upcoming games. That's the way that it usually works. Yes. And then even if what happens is the NOC gets to sign off on who goes, they've done so under strict advice from the National Federation. However, what's really tricky is where the situation occurs where both fighters are qualified. The names then go forward, and the policy rests with the NOC to say, we're picking the highest ranked, where someone like Kelmendi, for example, let's say that Krasniki had stayed in the 52.
Yes.
She's higher ranked than Kelmendi at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, but when it's rigid, I think that's where that you can have some difficulties. When the policy is so rigid, it doesn't take into consideration loss of form, you know, or an increase in results, you know, the whole thing. It's a very, very difficult thing. So when you've got two fighters qualified in a weight, you know there is going to be a problem. I cannot remember a case, except in Japan, where a fighter has been qualified and didn't get selected and just said, yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. In Japan, never hear anything.
No, no.
They just pick who they want.
I can imagine the Russian team will be in that situation of having players that are at the stage of qualification, and it's sort of a pick in who they feel is the stronger, like Japan.
Yeah.
But I know that they've had that. There has been that situation even in Great Britain where they've selected and had to then
go to court
and change it.
Typical. All those countries, you know, GB, Germany, Netherlands.
Yeah, the Netherlands as well.
All going to end up in court.
Yeah. Well, this has been a real battle between both these athletes, and the Italian, a feisty little athlete out there. She really has battled her way against Kasakova. Well, we're now into golden score, 2 Shidos apiece. This hasn't been easy for the Austrian, where going into this contest, you would have thought that it was in the bag already, but no, definitely the Italian has shown some real fighting spirit out here. She's got some great gripping skills, that head getting drawn down. Kasakova really getting her head pulled around and looking untidy at the moment. A little bit flustered. And I think the referee, well, the energy of this Italian has caused so many problems. Now you look like they're about to charge and clash at each other, both really up for this, but I think something's been said within the care system and they're having to look at to analyze what's going on. Well, they're allowing that one to ride a little bit, but again, the high collar grip.
And I'm so glad they let that one go, because
So do I.
Again, we come to the two choices. Either Centraccio was pushing down, which I think that was the case, or almost planted her.
Just almost planted her there.
I know you've been on the receiving end of a few of those in your time.
Oh, too right, yeah.
Or Kasakova was bent over defensive, but she couldn't get up because the Italian was pushing her down and not attacking.
Yeah.
So I could understand that penalty for crushing, and then they didn't want to give it. Best thing to do, let them continue. And both fighters were poised, ready to go. They wanted a fight, so why not let them go at it?
Well, I think if there was any sort of opinions with the refereeing and the care system about Centraccio having just too much an aggressive, negative gripping style, I think that's got thrown out, because when you saw that Harai into the sort of Makakomi approach, it just shows she was out to throw, and that was a really good exchange that sort of dismissed that theory of what could be going on within this contest right now.
There's a good one. Lasha Lekishvili.
Lekishvili,
66 kilos, Great Britain.
Welcome to Great Britain. That's all I can say.
Everyone's got one. There's a Georgian on every team.
Kasakova really is struggling. This feisty Italian really is powered her way through in this quarter-final stage. She has still got so much left in the tank as well, got an aggressive approach to her contest, but has thrown in some really dangerous throws there, as we saw just in the golden score there. The high collar grip, the leg comes in for the Uchimata once more. Oh, look, she's just on her all the time. Again, this is definitely been the Italians' golden score up until now.
Last chance here for Kasakova. Can't afford for Centraccio to come up with another attack and beat her to the attack. Oh, goes over.
Yes, yes. Although it was a little bit awkward and it looked like it was going to go horribly wrong for her, she still managed to stay so strong, the Italian, and then turn it to her advantage. Well, that was a really good win for the Italian, there's no doubt about it. That's a good notch on her belt. And it takes her into the semi-final. And she'll be up against Davyadova of Russia a little bit later on, and that will be another humdinger, I think. It's going to be some match.
Well, it's not all doom and gloom for Kasakova, because she can come back in via the repechage here.
Yep, she goes into the repechage battle, as we would say, and gets an opportunity to make her way through for a bronze medal match.
Well, we're not finished with the Austrians quite yet, because there's another one taking to the mat, this time in the under 70 kilo category. Michaela Polaris of Austria is on the mat now. She's up against Elita Shesebakova of Kazakhstan. Polaris in the white judogi, Shesebakova in blue. First minute out of the way, no score between Polaris and Shebakova. And then the Kazakh fighter picks up a penalty for a false attack.
Uchimata into the kochi, stumbles her opponent down into the niwaza. Polyers trying to capitalize in the ground. Got herself tied up a little bit too tight there and didn't have much room to maneuver. Well, both trying to size each other up here at this moment, neither wanting to engage just quite yet. Steps across there with Kazakhstan, leaving herself a little bit. Oh, and what a turn there. Counter-attack from Polyers. Shesbakova left herself vulnerable there as she had no grips at all as she turned her back on her opponent. Well, there was a poor exchange on that drop, and I think this could be the final outcome for the Kazakhstan, who picks up the third and final Shido. Polyers, with very little effort, takes herself into the semi-final.
Yeah, you know, there are fights like that from time to time where it goes the full distance, but one or other of the fighters looks as though they've just, you know, cruised. I wouldn't put it quite, you know, to cruise mode, but she certainly wasn't troubled.
No.
Quarter-final in the under 70 kilo category. Elvisma Rodriguez of Venezuela faces Yarden Meyerson of Israel. It's Rodriguez in the white judogi, Meyerson in blue.
Well, Meyerson, a medalist from last year's Tashkent Grand-Prix, so she'll be wanting to get herself back on that podium. Bit of a tall order though against Elvis Mara. Some impressive results under this young lady's belt from Venezuela. Some of the best results she had was last year in 2017. Rodriguez, bronze medal in Cancun, Antalya, Tbilisi, Baku and Paris, all medaling in those events. And on paper you would think was probably the stronger in this match to go through to the semi-final. Well, she's working off the grips, lower part of the sleeve, trying to get past the defences of Meyerson. Seems to be controlling that right sleeve as part of her tactics coming into this contest. More of a defence than an attacking ploy. Cross grip as she overstretches herself for an attack, now finds herself on the receiving end of the Niwaza. Rodriguez now looking to rotate her over. Needs to capture that shoulder, exposing not only the arm but also an opportunity for the shimiwaza. But tying up the upper part of the body is the winning ingredient for her, and she's doing it quite nicely. Referee giving her time, as you can see it progressing nicely here. Just has another few seconds, but needed to capture that elbow for it to be going in the more positive direction. Sadly, it didn't happen, but a lot of work with very little outcome. Makakomi there from Rodriguez. Meyerson now tries to follow it through. And the attack in the Niwaza. Trying to work on the upper part of the head. Trying to lock in on those legs, but as you can see, that hand blocking to avoid the lock-in of the legs for the Sangaku. Well, Meyerson there just playing a bit of a defensive tactic here, working the edge of the contest area, trying to defend against Rodriguez, who's desperately trying to get past the defences. 2 Shidos apiece, and we're now into golden score. Sodi, a good entry there for Meyerson. Great start in the golden score. Rodriguez doing well to control the situation and defend quite nicely off the attack. Well, poor judgment, poorly timed there. Rodriguez came in for what looked to be a Sayanagi, just timed it purely, left herself vulnerable in the Niwaza, looking for the Shimiwaza now. But I don't think she's actually got it under the chin. Now, that was such a poor judgment there with that Sianagi. Will she pick up the third and final Shido for it? Or will they just let that one ride? No, they didn't. There you have it. That poor judgment cost her another Shido and a place in the semi-final. Meyerson takes herself in that semi-final. A good tactical match. A lot of gripping, strong gripping styles there that upset Rodriguez quite considerably.
Right, let's go to mat number 2, please, Chief. We're going to take a look at the number 1 seed in the under 63 kilo category, Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. She's up against Bold Gankei of Mongolia. It's Leszki in the white judogi, Bold in blue. See a few people sneaking off to lunch, and it's around that time. It was 2 o'clock actually, so slightly later than normal for lunch. A few people enjoying some local fast food. I say local fast food because there's no international fast food here. There's none of those big, multinational or international fast food chains. I'm not going to mention it, but one that's got Ronald as its lead guy. Oh, we are going to mention it then, right? Okay.
Just, right. I'm hungry.
Well, you won't find one of those here.
Ronald.
They don't have them here in Uzbekistan. There isn't one in Tobago either.
Oh, isn't there?
No, we don't have one there. We've got other things. No scorers yet. Minute 20 odd left to go, and both fighters have remained penalty free. Ioana Babiok is the referee in the middle for this one. She refereed at the Olympic Games in London in 2012. An experienced referee to take charge of this. Thank you very much for your email, David Smart. I had an email from David Smart from Sittingbourne, not far from where I used to live, saying, what connection is there between McDonald's and the contest that you are covering? Well, thanks very much for that. Sometimes, we get, caught up and carried away a little bit. And the reason I mentioned it is I happened to see Andrea Leszki in a McDonald's when I was in Maribor, so there's the connection. Clever. And there, Leszki on the board now. 9 seconds left to go. Very little time for Bold to come back. Gives a quick rush, one attack. Leszki doesn't care. She hasn't picked up a penalty. She'll just burn a Shido there. Why not? 2 seconds left to go. Could afford to take another. Yeah. And I would have done the same if I were Leszki, just given her a little pull at the end there, She's a tough little cookie, isn't she?
She is very, very strong.
Very quiet when you chat to her, but on the mat, just gave Bold a little bit of a tug at the end, as if to say, well, it's
feel
over.
That. Just feel that.
Yeah. Leszki into the semi-final. Right, we've seen Kasakova lose her quarter-final. I wonder what's going to happen with her teammate, Catherine Unterwurzacher now. as she faces Baldorj Munchungimeg, is another Mongolian coming to the mat now. Unterwürzacher in the white judogi, Baldorj in blue.
Well, she has a very strong left-hand grip over in the collar there, controlling the right side quite nicely as she works. And the Austrians are very clever in the Niwaza, and she's straight in there on the attack, trying to pile on as much punishment as she can possibly apply to someone who's definitely a strong athlete in her own right. Baldorj having a good performance throughout the day so far. Another one of these consistent athletes that are there and are around the medals.
Baldorj it was who picked up the Shido there. 2:20 odd left to go. Whoa.
Well, the effort that was generated through there, you could hear it
Wow,
from within.
yeah.
Beautifully done. And
Huge left-sided effort. Well, disappointment for Unterwürzacher, both the Austrians now down into the repechage. Yeah, anytime you're ready, you know. Sorry, but he's not refereeing the contest. It's not the coach who's refereeing the contest.
it was a bit of a weird one with beautiful Uchimata, though. Nicely done.
What did he think that was worth then? Look where the referee is. Absolutely perfect position to see the landing. He gives Ippon. What's the problem?
There was no doubt about that. As good of an Ippon you'll get.
And then he's telling his fighter to stay on the mat, to question the decision. It's not fair on the fighter. Really nice Uchimata.
It was lovely. One of the best throws of the day. We've not seen too many Ippons, and that was a nice one. No doubt about it.
And I like the Austrian team, and I absolutely love Catherine Unterwürzacher, but, you know, you got to go with what you see on the tatami.
Yeah. Well, we here have representing Turkey, Katapoglu in the white, Jager of the Netherlands in the blue. or the left-handed side of Katipoglu. Strong gripping as she comes round the back, hooks into the rear, draws her weight down on to that leg towards Jaeger's supporting leg, crushing her to the ground. Very powerful indeed. An exchange. Oh, this young lady from Turkey looking very strong indeed. Some good performances throughout the day. And would be no surprise to see her in the final if she gets past this crucial match. Katipoglu defeated the #1 seed Bernholm in the previous match. Made light work of that one as well. Well, both picking up a Shido, but Katipoglu has now 2, which piles unnecessary pressure on herself. She comes round the back, can't afford to make any errors as she's playing really a dangerous game, working to the edge of the contest area. As you can see, she backpedals a little bit as she comes round the back and plays into the grips of Jaeger, who comes in with Uchimata and continues to try and drive her opponent over of that attack. Well, a little bit of the laid-back attitude from Katipoglu. Really, she has had to start kicking in and fighting back, playing a little bit of a waiting game at this moment. The high controlling right-hand grip of Jaeger is making her look quite passive and disengaged in this contest. With 1 minute and 1 second remaining. It is a battle of the Shidos. Katipoglu come again, rides round the back, riding their Uchimata each time. You have the sort of sense that she's just waiting to be able to counter the Uchimata at some point. But while she's waiting and playing this waiting game, there's the chance of picking up the Shido. And as you can see, that hand blocking the leg to stop Jaeger from bringing that leg through for the Uchimata will be the final straw now for the referee. And she will receive the 3rd and final Shido for that. Well, it wasn't a double-sided grip. What it was a grip and a block to the same side. So she wasn't necessarily gripping, but she had 2 hands on the side. One hand was on the lapel, the other one was pushing against the leg as a block towards the leg. So it was a right call. And Jaeger goes through to the next round in the semi-final of the under 70 kilos. Gersak is coming up very shortly. And she'll be up against Skochimaro of Germany, one of the top favorites for me in this weight category. Along with Meyerson, and both Meyerson now in the semi-final.
Who was it that Meyerson defeated in the quarter-final?
Rodriguez.
That was
from Venezuela.
Poor effort from Elvis Mar there.
Yeah, it was
Poor performance.
Meyerson. It was a very tactical match for the Israeli. And Rodriguez just played into her hands, didn't she, really? Played the wrong match against her. Well, lovely as she was there from the German. Stumbling opponent over there with the Wazari, but finds herself on the receiving end of the Jujikatami. Gershak trying to apply that. Not sure from this angle how much leverage he has, but legs not looking in a good position at this moment. Well, a lost opportunity there for Sabina Gershak. Scotchy Maro's using her feet quite nicely there. Staying in control of this contest, dictating the pace on which she wants this to move forward. Again, using her feet, stumbles her opponent down for another Wazari, for a Wazari Aseti upon. And Scotchimaro goes through to the semi-final. And now we have representing Greece in the under-81 quarter-final, Tanasitis in the white and Stepien of Poland in blue. No strong attack there, and Tanasisis of Greece takes the lead with a Wazari. Well, 2 minutes remaining in this quarter-final.
The Italian Centraccio has just made her way to the final, defeating Daria Davidova of Russia. Davida will have to fight for a bronze medal. Tanasides wins out there in his quarter-final against Damian Stepien of Poland. We've got a semi-final coming up on mat number 3. Let's go down there to have a look and see what's taking place with Michaela Polaches of Austria. She's up against Yarden Meyerson of Israel. It's Polaches in the white judogi, Meyerson in blue.
Well, straight away, Meyerson in for the attack with the Kosota. Overstretched herself slightly there. Has to be careful when attempting an attack like that. Polya's very, very strong in structure. Good kumikata skills. And at this moment, a bit of a waiting game, the Austrian. The left hand coming in the inside, blocking the side, but at the moment hasn't attempted much. Draws her opponent onto that leg for what looked to be an attempt of the Uchimata. Meyerson with the right hand over the top of Polya's left side. So a bit of a stalemate situation between them. So both will pick up a Shido. And throughout this day, quite a lot of matches have been won on more of a tactical approach to each match. Not many big ippons coming out of today's performances that we've covered so far. A lot of emphasis being made on the gripping skills and a tactical play against their opponents. And again, this is a very similar trend that's going on quite at this moment. Polyer's just playing a bit of a waiting game here, looking for Meyerson to make that mistake, but neither one of them doing anything. And again, that's two Shidos for both lack of engagement. Polyer's comes round the back. Meyerson defending in the inside, but comes over the top of the, leaves herself a little bit vulnerable there. She only has one hand on her opponent at this moment. Meyerson defending on the forward attack of Polyer's. Now, change of pace from the Austrian. She steps it up a little level. Takes the initiative of being first. And the referee, I'm not sure whether he's had enough, seen all he has to see, and calling a halt to it, or he's just wanting them to look a bit more tidy. I just get the sense that Meyerson could be on the receiving end of the third and final Shido. And there you have it. So Polyer's again, once more, didn't really have to overstretch herself in this contest.
I'll tell you what I think this is down to, Loretta. You get hold of a fighter sometimes, and it transmits itself. You know, when you hold on to, you think, hang on a minute, you know, this is, I've got someone here that's going to cause me some problems, and all of a sudden your tactics change. And both fighters who've gone up against, both Meyerson and the previous fighter who went up against Polyer's, have got over and thought, hang on a minute, this is, you know, a little bit more than I bargained for here. They've changed their tactics, and during that time have been so busy dealing with penalties and the Shido and this thing that they've forgotten that they've got to attack her. She just said, okay, if that's the way it's going to go, I'm going to go down that route with you.
Yes.
And they've ended up losing, and she's gone through. Not being the most attractive, and both fighters have come off worse for wear. I think Polyer's has got something that little bit special about her. She's a difficult opponent to get past. I'll be interested to see who it is that she's going to have in the final. Either Hilda Jaeger or Giovanni Scocchimaro.
Well, it's going to be...
See.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think if she comes up against Scocchimaro, she's going to be in trouble. I really do. I think that will be the powerhouse that she wouldn't look forward to, who's technically got the skills to be able to defeat.
That'll be the best style to defeat Polyer's.
Someone that can match her with that physical presence, but also with the technical expertise to be able to deal with that.
Yeah, not going to get drawn in to a Shido battle.
Well, she battles, she's strong, she's fit, and she'll battle with it, but she'll also try to throw, and that's the one good thing about her.
Unterwärtssacher had scored Wazari, but they've taken that away now. That is on mat 2. I've got to be careful when I say call the numbers of the mats, because Freddie will take us there. He's so quick 2 arms to do it. I should have to be a little bit more careful. Which is quite different from some of the other people who you've got to tell 4 or 5 times. You know, you got to get up there and go over there. And excuse me. Right, there is a semi-final taking place down on mat number 1. I think we better go down there and have a look at Igor Vantka of Germany. He's up against Oleg Babgoyev of Russia. It's Vantka in the white judogi, Babgoyev in blue. We join the contest with 2 minutes and 40-odd seconds left to go. There's no score. Babgoyev has picked up a single Shido. Minute to go. Still looking for the first score here. And Igor Vantka does pick up a score. Hung on to that effort for long enough. And now leads by Wazari with a little under a minute left to go. Babgoyev just a little bit shocked there. He was the one doing the attacking. His effort got taken over very quickly. And it was Igor Vantka who then applied the shimiwaza to take his place in the final. Okay, we're going to go to mat number 2 now to pick up the action in the semi-final in the under 63 kilo category that features Andrea Leshki of Slovenia. She's up against Baldorj Munchunkimeg of Mongolia. Leshki in the white judogi, Baldorj in blue. We joined the contest with a little over 2 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet. It's Leshki in the white judogi, Baldorj in blue. Well, Baldorj on the board with Wazari. She leads with a little over a minute left to go.
That's going to be a very difficult situation there for Baldorj to come past the defences of Baldorj. Leshki. Well, she has an opportunity. What a mistake there. Sadly for Leshki, though, she didn't capitalise on it. She still works there in the Niwaza. Well, with just 3 seconds remaining, Baldorj secures her place in the final of the under 63s, and sadly, Andrea Leshki has to battle away against in the bronze medal match a little bit later on, and that will be up against Cabana Perez of Spain.
We've got a repechage contest in the under 70 kilo category coming up now. Bustra Katipoglu of Turkey faces Gershak Sabina of Hungary. It'll be Katipoglu in the white judogi, Gershak in blue.
Well, both very powerful athletes have shown that strength throughout the day. Good gripping styles. Gershak uses her feet quite nicely, and that's the danger for Katipoglu, is those feet. She comes around the back there with the Kosota. Well, once more, a very tough, close match in this weight category. Throughout the day, so much tactical emphasis has been put into these matches. Good, strong kumikata. The ability to have that transition into the Niwaza. Gershak looking to try and capitalize on there, but the strong defenses of a Turkish opponent makes it very difficult to find any opening. But Katipoglu there with the second Shido. Quite a few Shidos we've seen throughout the day as well. Well, Gershak takes the second Wazari for a Wazari Yaseti upon and a place in the bronze medal match a little bit later on. And she'll be up against Meyerson in that match. And she'll be up against, again, another athlete that's very strong in the kumikata. But after dismissing a Turkish opponent, it'll be like a walk in the park, really, for the next match.
The semi-final in the second semi-final in the under 70 kilo category. Hilda Jäger of the Netherlands up against Giovanna Scocimaro of Germany. Jäger in the white judogi, Scocimaro in blue.
Well, it's a situation we've seen so many times throughout the day here. It's about good upper body control, strong defenses. Slip through there for the German with the Makakomi attempt. Skochimaro, very strong athlete. Has had a good performance throughout the day. Defeated the Uzbek Nazarova in the first round. Then defeated Gershak, who we've just seen, who goes into the bronze medal match against Meyerson. Elbow tucked up in the air, but piling the pressure on the right side, controlling Jaeger's right side nicely there. But Jaeger looking for that Uchimata, but just doesn't seem to get as much rotation and drive to turn out of it. Trying desperately to set it up, as you can see, touching the foot for the Kosota. Or the Ashiwaza. Really a bit of she's tempting her with the leg to come round the back, but with the Osoto. The Kosota is much, much stronger of an attack. So for Jaeger, she's got to be careful that she doesn't feed her that leg too often, because she's not going for possibly the technique she was hoping for. If it was the Osotogari she was tempted, it would mean that she would leave that shoulder back and would be much more vulnerable. But as she goes for the Kosota, she can switch it for a Sasai. So there's a good combination for Skochimaro to work off. Again, extreme right grip from the Dutch. She draws down on her opponent's right sleeve. Draws the arm across the chest, feeding that leg in. As if she's trying to lure her in for the Osotogari, and Skochimaro was tempted at one stage just to go for it, but because she's so advanced in the grip and the movement, the upper body, she would just feed her into the Makakomi. And the problem is they get tired. Mistakes are made. But Jaeger, she's got two Shidos because she's playing too much of a waiting game. Strong defenses. Sasai attempt there, Skochimaro. And Ouchigari, with the combination of the Ouchi Uchimata that she's got, but again, that extreme gripping style there from Jaeger. She works drawing on that arm, and there you have it. Oh, but the counter, you could see it sort of being set up.
.38 seconds into the golden score period. 2 penalties were on the board for Hilde Jaeger when it was Giovanna Skochimaro who launched that attack for Ippon into the final, where she'll face Michaela Polaris of Austria. Coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category. Damian Stepien of Poland faces Ungvari Attila of Hungary. It'll be Stepien in the white judogi, Ungvari in blue.
Well, Ungvari, we know, an experienced athlete. Always around the placings in this competition. But both of them picking up a Shido for lack of engagement. Bit of a pitter-patter going on here. Patter cake sort of phase. Neither one of them really wanting to grip up and be counted. Tomonagi attempt drawing Stepien down into the ground. Overstretched there for a Koichi. Ungvari dropping under his opponent, again a ploy to get into the ground, and this is where he's comfortable. Very strong Niwaza man. Stepien controls quite nicely in the ground, defends there. Well, Ungvari got his fingers all caught up there and just felt the ouch moment at that point. But as you can see, the fingers are all heavily strapped, and it's a common factor with a lot of these athletes. Well, Stepien defending well, but it's just a matter of time. The referee will see that it is just defending, as there's a lot of work and a breaking of balance there coming from Ungvari, showing the Koichigari. He's committing himself just that little bit more, has a slight edge on this contest. And I say slight edge, that's all it is really. Stepien again finds himself without even a grip now. He tries to control one side of his opponent, avoiding that right arm coming over the top, but he hasn't managed to do so. The hand goes so deep onto the back, and that's where his forte is. That Koichigari, right from the deep belt grip, and now follows down into the Niwaza. Well, the battle continues of the Kimikata. But Ungvari obviously in a better position as we're going into the last half a minute of this contest. Stepien really having to chase this now, which could possibly leave himself a little bit more vulnerable and exposed to being caught out in the latter stage. Ungvari will just play a busy game out there. Stepien goes for that Kosota, feeding himself across on that leg. But Ungvari takes the last opportunity to allow that clock to tick away quite nicely as he works away in the ground. Ungvari goes in to the bronze medal match, but who'll be up against? Well, we've just got to wait and see with the next match coming up.
Yeah, we've got one more contest to bring you. It's the second semi-final in the under 81 kilo category. Alexios Tanasidis of Greece faces Dida Hamza of Kazakhstan. It'll be Tanasidis in the white judogi, Hamza in blue. The winner will face Niamsurin Dagvazurin of Mongolia in that final. Jean-Claude Jimby, the referee for this one, takes his place and now invites the two fighters to take their places. Here we go.
Well, great exchange there. Tanasidis draws his opponent's head down. Comes out, just reacts by trying to take the head up. Very little on offer there with such a strong exchange. You could hear that connection from here. It was so deep and powerful. Again, draws that grip over the top. Hooks in. Ochichimata. Well, a nice take back there. Comes up, takes the lead with a Wazari on the counter. Well, they're just going to have a wee look at it. Kamza, the Asian Games this year, was gold medalist, very strong athlete indeed. And just recently a bronze medal in Abu Dhabi. And the score stays on the board.
He's having a good tournament, the referee in the middle. That's another good decision.
It was a very good decision, yeah.
They wanted to have a look at it. Took 4 or 5 of them to have a look at it, and between themselves, they all decided in the end, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was, there was no doubt about it. It was a good call. Tanasidis is again with very, very strong grips. Maybe too strong for his own liking there. Good tie up, but still, oh, what a lost opportunity there.
Dida Hamza should have secured that.
Should have had that. Unbelievable how he managed to get out of that. The head was all locked up at one stage.
Over concentration on the freeing of the leg.
Yeah, and lack of concentration on the upper body.
Yeah, meant that yeah. And now Tanasidis comes back into it here.
Well, he let him back in. The minute and a half remaining in this contest. So we're back to square one, really. Both capable of getting through into this final. Kamza on the belt there. Is holding a little bit too long there for my liking. Got to use it as soon as you grip with it. High collar grip, trying to draw his opponent's head down. Again, deep onto the belt, both very similar in the gripping skills. Hips come through, a good attack there. Well,
Just lost contact with the hands
just
there, didn't he?
lost the control there. You could sense that happening. You could see it being set up. But just at the crucial point, lost control. Now we're going to golden score, and it's really an intense moment now on which way this is going to go. You really cannot divide these athletes. Oh,
Not quite.
No,
No.
he just didn't.
Man in the middle is unmoved, and I think he's right.
No, I think he's right. He landed on the front of the shoulder. There was no rotation on that at all. If they give that, I'll be very surprised.
Can't give Wazaris for something that would have been a coca.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been
I don't
Yuko.
even think it would. It have been a coca? It was onto the front.
No.
Oh my goodness!
Right. So we have to see the replay of
yeah.
that then. What?
What? Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone the Kamza.
They both had Wazari.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Well, that's the only way that would have worked.
I know, I was a bit confused on that at that particular moment in time. Well, it'll be interesting just to see a replay on that. If we're going to get that.
Category. What are your thoughts on that one, Loretta?
Do you know, I think Uzbekistan could get this one gold today. Turayev has had a great performance here today. He's had this crowd behind him, which has made a massive difference for him on his performance. I think he could take that gold.
He's looked really strong today as well, although Vanka's a dangerous fighter.
He is, he's dangerous, but we're on home soil, and I know we've already been in this situation already with two Uzbeks that's been in the finals and both failed on the last hurdle. But I think just today, I think he's been motivated and he's shown great form, so I think he could make it.
I'm just going to lean back a little and see if I can see Igor Vanka, because he was having some treatment on his shoulder there. I can't lean back that far, else I'll fall over. Right, that was the under 73 kilo category. The under 81 kilo category, Didar Hamza of Kazakhstan faces Nyamsurin Dagvasurin of Mongolia.
Namsurem, for me, I think has a solid performance. There's been some highs and lows throughout the day with both these athletes, but Namsurem, for me, has just looked that little bit sharper, and he has a little bit more under his belt to offer, especially in this final. So I think he could just take that top position on the podium.
Okay, that's in the under 81 kilo category. Let's take a look at the under 63 kilo category. Well, for a while there, it looked like Andrei Leshki was going to do it, but Baldorj Munchunkimeg has made it to the final for Mongolia, and it's Maria Centraccio of Italy What about your thoughts for
I'm
that
gonna
one?
go for the Italians in Czechia. Yeah, for me, she's been strong. She's like this solid, and she's really upset quite a few athletes along the way to a journey to this final. I can't see anyone stopping her. I really do think she's got a gutsy athlete that's got a lot to give, and there's very little that's stopping her at this moment. So there's a possibility of her taking the gold here today.
Okay, in the under 70 kilo category, it's Giovanna Scocchimaro of Germany. She's up against Michaela Polaches of Austria. Where's that one going?
Well, Scocchimaro, if you remember right at the beginning of the day, I put her down as a favourite. I found her very impressive throughout the year in some of her performances, and today she's really not let us down in that performance. She, again, once this someone's very, very strong, she's got some good skills to back it up. She's got a wide repertoire of techniques that she can put in offer, and I think she's on form today to take that gold medal. So I'm putting my neck out here and staying with my number 1 seed, my favourite of the day.
Okay, good one. We're going to be back in an hour and 45 minutes from now with all the medal matches from day 2 of the Tashkent Grand Prix. But from Loretta Kusat-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.